but
Looks like you
I
didn't try
got
to
another.
chop it yourself, did you?
No, no. It was I was referred to my wife's hairdresser referred me to a barber, so
Okay,
I went
that's
there.
good. In the neighborhood,
Yeah,
you didn't have to wait too long.
no, no. It was in Chicago Heights, so it worked out real good.
Yeah, you chopped it yourself, did you? Yeah,
No, no.
it looks nice. It looks nice. It's a little lower than you usually have it, but
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
neighborhood.
But
Yeah,
it was pretty bushy for the past couple of weeks, a month.
yeah. That's how you walking up. I thought about Harvey.
Oh,
He had
that's
long
right.
white hair.
That's right.
See, I
That's right.
remember I was trying to look like Don King or something.
Hi,
Uh,
man. Hi, man.
uh,
Beautiful, brother.
Alhamdulillah. You know what I did the first time I walked into a barber shop? The person that was cutting hair there, reason I went because he was a Muslim from our community, that he didn't cut hair at the masjid, like a lot of brothers did, cut hair and shine. He might have shined shoes. You know, I even shine shoes. Um, but I went there because he was there. First thing I did, I started asking questions. What kind of clippers are those? Why you use those? What's the name of them? And I bought me some clippers and taught myself how to cut my own hair. So
Yes.
most of my life I cut my own hair. You know, I didn't
Yeah.
do a great job, but it was Brother Shabazz gave me the grade. He said I should come work for him, and that was the greatest compliment I could have got. You know, so
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
When I was in Michigan, my wife would come home. We would commute back and forth. And we commuted for about 5 years. Then finally I transferred over. She would come in and cut the back of my hair. Then I would
Most men let their wives cut their hair. Most men I know they say their wife cut their hair. Yeah.
yeah, and I would cut the front. So when she got a PhD, well, she had a PhD and she's working being a mom and raising children and stuff like that. She said one day, she said, I'm a doctor and I got all this work. You cut your own hair. That's when I went out and got to get my hair cut.
My father cut our hair. I think the last person that cut my hair before the barber was my father. He
Wow.
Yeah. I don't know if he cut his hair for the nation or what, but he always cut our hair, and I swore to myself if I ever learned how to cut my own, that's the first thing I would learn how to do. He made it so uncomfortable.
Yeah,
grabbing you, turning you.
But you told me
he
that
said, that looks nice. I said, no, I look like Bozo. It don't look good.
Well, you told me a deal cut
You
hair.
got a lot. My father's cut my hair one time. He said, you got a long face, so your hair should be thicker around the sides.
Wow.
To make your face rounder.
Wow.
But I couldn't say nothing. If he was alive, I wouldn't be telling you. But
my wife cut my hair this morning.
Oh yeah.
Your wife, yeah, that's
cut it this morning. She cuts it all the time.
Yes, you already heard my childhood trauma. So my wife, I said, I'm not gonna give her no scissors because she had never cut male hair. But I cut her hair when she had low hair. When I first met her, her hair was like in a bob, and I lined her up, Yeah. But yeah, I didn't trust. I think I lost my first child's mother, partially because she went to school to do hair, and I wouldn't let her touch mine. That played a major role in us splitting up. Yeah. All right, so I guess we're on YouTube now. Alhamdulillah, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim, Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. All praises are due to Allah, Lord of everything in the heaven and the earth. I bear witness that there's no God but Allah, and that Muhammad ibn Abdullah is his servant and the seal of the prophets. I wish everyone a blessed day and peace be upon you all. In the language of the Quran, our greeting is Assalamu alaikum, and peace be upon you. We'd like to welcome everyone to this is June 1st Sunday. So, we're coming into the beginning of summer. I hope everyone is enjoyed this beautiful spring weather we've been having all over the country. and is feeling well and doing well. We have a nice program lined up for you, and we're going to open up with a dua and Imam Elam of the Mosque Cares and Michigan.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we're not going to leave Michigan out. Okay.
Yes, sir.
That's
Well, no, we'll do it. Okay. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladina an'amta alayhim. Ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Amin. Welcome to the first Sunday.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we're going to turn it right over to our good Imam, Dr. Mikhail Ramadan, who's on scene, who will introduce and present for the Muslim Health Consortium.
Thank you, Brother Mamadil. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I would like to thank Imam Warthdin Muhammad II and the Mosque Cares for this opportunity for the Muslim Health Consortium to share this information with our community. We always look forward to this time, and we take this very seriously, and we know that the information, it certainly helped us in gathering it, and we pray that it helps those who hear what we have to give, inshallah. We'd like to go begin with, this is June, and not many of us knew that this is Men's Health Month. June is Men's Health Month. And it's also the month in which Father's Day is later this month. So we'd like to address our health matters from that perspective. And these celebrations help us to remember very important principles. And number one is they help us to value more importance of the role of fathers in our lives, Father's Day, and to remind men that in addition to having to work to support their families, they also have to work to stay healthy. And for example, if any of us saw something attacking or happening to our dad, all of us would rush to his rescue. Well, there are things that we don't see that are on the sidelines, that are attacking men, that we want to be aware of and work to help protect our dads, our husbands, uncles, all of the men that we know and men in the society. So from a bigger picture, let's start from the public health perspective. A recent study highlighted that this country's life expectancy continues to plummet and has been doing so since the 1950s. The life expectancy in the US has plunged the largest one-year drop since World War II. Even some of the other middle-income countries made gains in life expectancies to catch up with and pass the US since 2019. At that time, the US ranked 40th among populous countries. And can you imagine? The US ranks lower than Barbados, Cuba, Lebanon, and Albania. That's right. The US life expectancy has dropped to 76.1 years, according to the CDC. And it may be surprising that the top 10 countries with the highest percent of people over 100 years old You might be surprised when I read this to you. Barbados, Martinique, Japan, along with Uruguay, they're tied. Puerto Rico, Hong Kong, the Channel Islands, and France tied with Latvia. These countries and many others are increasing in the number of people that they have reaching 100. And we are too, but very slow. We like to remind you that the significant difference in states in life expectancies. That's right, depending on what state you're in. And in fact, more than that, depends on what your zip code can determine your life expectancy. We see that Hawaii and New York, the life expectancies are similar to some of the healthiest countries. Whereas in states in the South, in the Southwest, rank among the lowest, or some of the lowest. And this is due to politics, which impacts their healthcare policies. It makes a big difference. Some good news is that the life expectancy for Black Americans had improved from 69.1 years in 1990 to 74.9 years in 2018. That was excellent. The improvement occurred due to increased access to health care and to safety net programs. That contributed to the improvement in life expectancy among Black Americans. However, there has been a reversal since 2012 in that progress. And that's been primarily due to the pandemic and to the opioid epidemic. The life expectancy in the United States has declined nearly a year from 2020 to 21, according to the CDC. And this is something because we have always considered that our kids are going to live longer than us and do better than us because they have a chance to stand on our shoulders and we're going to boost them. But to find that their life expectancy is shorter than ours is something. So there was a decline from 77.0 years to 76 years. And that life expectancy drop was the lowest level since 1996. But it was even worse for African Americans. Ours was down already to 71.5 years in 2021, and it now is 70.8 in 2022, almost back down to where it was much earlier. So what we see in the picture is that America is slipping in life expectancy, but inside what's happening with America, we are dropping faster. So this should alarm us. What are the reasons for this? In our previous presentations, we addressed what were the top killers of African Americans. And if you recall, we had discussions on heart disease, cancer, Alzheimer's, unintentional accidents or injuries, strokes, diabetes, chronic lower respiratory diseases, assaults and homicides, kidney disease, hypertension, and septicemia. These are all of the things that are attacking not only your dad, husband, uncles, but also the rest of the family. One of the greatest gifts that I think that we can give Dad this Father's Day and during this Men's Health Month is a health plan for him. And that health plan complete with his own family cheerleading team for encouragement. Don't underestimate the importance of a cheerleading team for dad. It's very important. If dad thinks that doing things makes his family proud, he'll repeat that behavior. And it depends on if you got a young dad. Sometimes it's might be difficult because he's worried about producing for his family and doing things. And at that age, many of us were feeling invincible. So you still got to hang in there and encourage him to do healthy things. Now, if you have a middle-aged dad, it's very important to establish the healthy diet, the family diet. The dad eats practically whatever is cooked by the family. So you can improve the dad's diet by changing the family diet. Encourage dad to keep medical appointments and medical screenings. A colleague coming on shortly after this will discuss this more. And also, don't let your dad or your father or husband become a couch potato. Get him in sports activity. And I'm not just saying love sports, love basketball, baseball, football, and watch them and know what's happening with the teams, but actually be out there playing, getting involved. And some of the sports that he can do on his own are key. Some things require teams, other things, exercises, they can be with you for a lifetime. And I like, you've heard me say before, swimming and martial arts and all. Those are the ones, and I can do them anytime myself. Now, if your dad is a senior dad, it's important to fall-proof the home. Fall-proof the home. We'll describe this more later. Establish a safety check network or medic alert system. If he's in the house by himself for a long time, that's important. Important to maintain medical appointments and screenings. And again, always a healthy diet and nutritionals. So at this time, we turn this portion of our program over to our colleague who will take us further into discussing the topic. Sister Namat, over to you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Imam Adil, can you pull up the slides, please?
Yes, Sister Nemat, we're pulling it up now.
Okay, thank you. Well, I can say a few words to start it going, I guess. So welcome. Thank you for having the MHC speaking this first Sunday. As Dr. Ramadan said, Men's Health Month. And we start off with an ayat from Quran. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My Lord, Make me steadfast in prayer and my offspring as well. And our Lord grant my prayer. That is from Surah 14, Ayat 40. And this program is in observance of and to acknowledge Men's Health Month. We want to bring some health awareness on issues and conditions that affect men and highlight some practices and interventions to help obtain optimal health and improve the quality of the men in our lives. She has a quick fact here that the average male lifespan is 5 years less than the average woman, according to the Men's Health Month organization, and that's similar to what Dr. Ramadan has already said. And a risk that our men have, and when I'm talking about our men, as Dr. Ramadan said, we're talking about our fathers, we're talking about our brothers, we're talking about our husbands. Our men risk developing prostate cancer at 1.6 times greater than the Caucasian counterpart. And in addition to that, they're likely to have cancer at an earlier age, be diagnosed at a later age, and have poor outcomes. Health screenings are recommended for men over 65, not to negate that our men should be in contact with a healthcare provider. And these screenings that we are talking about screening for an abdominal and aortic aneurysm, which is done by ultrasound. And that usually kicks in, unfortunately, between 65 and 75. On a personal note, my father had it when he got into his, I want to say his 80s, but alhamdulillah, they did operate on him in spite of his age, because other than age, he had no comorbidities. You know, he wasn't on any meds or anything, and he did well with the operation, but the immobility afterwards was a little bit of a downhill for him, but that was just on a personal note. So other health screenings that should be done, of course, is blood pressure. We talked about that, hypertension as it affects African Americans, colorectal cancer screening, having a stool sample done, PSA testing, depression screening, which can be done by your physician or a mental health provider, diabetes screening related to your blood tests, hemoglobin A1, lipid disorder screening to see where your cholesterol runs, because that affects a lot of us in terms of high blood pressure and stroke and heart failure or heart disease, as we mentioned. Carotid artery screening for the buildup of plaque, which again leads to stroke, heart disease, which is related again to diet. So it's like a circle, it's all connected. Having an EKG done to see what the heart rhythm is, AFib, which is an irregularity of the heartbeat, can cause stroke. And then peripheral artery disease. If you have a condition that is affecting your blood in your veins, like diabetes, it can affect any of your veins. So leg veins as well. So those things need to be screened for. More wellness screening, moving right along, is your hearing. That runs in our family as well as you get older. And that can affect your mental state if you're not hearing well. Allah created 5, right? Those 5 senses. So hearing, audiologist, eyes by the ophthalmologist, teeth, good teeth hygiene, and healthy mouth is good for the heart. Chronic lung diseases being seen by a pulmonologist, a specialist for the lungs. Sleep apnea, interruption in the sleep pattern, not breathing at night, can lead to stroke and heart disease as well. PSA screening is mentioned, and mental health and memory screening that can be done by your physician. Vaccines and inoculations. I guess that can't be overstated. Keep up with the recommended vaccines, flu, shingles. Shingles have been, there's been, how should I say, outbursts of shingles, especially in our community. They lay dormant from the chicken pox, and then under the right conditions, they wake up and affect our middle-aged and elderly intensely. Pneumonia, diphtheria, tetanus. So we want to be mindful of the vaccines. They help to keep us healthy. So healthy eating for older men. We need more, you need more calcium, vitamin D, fiber, and potassium. So they're recommending, if you're not that active, men 50 and over, a 2,000 calorie diet. And if you're moderately active, 2,200 calorie diet to 2,400. And then if you're very active, 2,400, 2,800 diet. We need a balanced diet, as we mentioned before, of protein, vegetables, carbohydrates, and your plate should be full with more vegetables and less protein. Excuse me, less carbohydrates. Aim for at least 30 minutes of exercise 5 times a day. So that's standard just about for everybody, correct? However, please consult your physician before you start beginning any new exercise, or if you have a chronic health condition. Okay, we're going into the summer months, so be mindful of sunscreen. There's a thought that we as African Americans do not need to have sunscreen, but this ultraviolet light is intense, so it's just to be on the preventative side. An SPF of 30 or greater, especially between the hours of 10 and 4, if you have to be out in the sun. And don't forget to wear the hat and sunglasses. I know from my people being in the South, when they were out there working, and you know what? Now, well, that was back in the day, you know, we had to be out there, but they did their own farming and they would go out there with their straw hats. I don't know if y'all could relate to that, but I remember they would always have something on their head out there in the summer.
Sister Nemat,
Yes.
I just want to let you know, if you wanted to share from your end, you may want to do that, because we have the slide link, but it's saying that we don't have access to it.
I don't think I'm going to be able to do that because I'm doing it on my Mac and I'm not familiar with the Mac.
That unless you want to send me the link, send me a link to what you have, and then I can share it as you're going along.
You know, that's gonna be
Or
tough.
whatever you can keep going as you were doing.
I think I best to keep going as I am. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, though. Allah is the best of planners. So make a commitment to your health. Do your checkups, as Dr. Ramadan mentioned earlier. Try to stay in shape. Get diet counseling if you need it, especially if you're diabetic. A nutritionist. If anyone is smoking, you know, you need to stop smoking and you can get help for that. If you have a history of heart disease, stroke, you want to be mindful and get your cholesterol and blood pressure screenings done. And then there's healthcare.gov that will help to provide insurance coverage if that's the case. You can enroll in it if you have changes of your plan, if certain events have happened in your life. And you can also get this if you qualify for Medicare or CHIP, which is Children's Health Insurance Plan. So if there's been some changes going on, you want to seek out the healthcare.gov, which some people refer to as Obamacare. Senior men and safe medication usage. It's always good to have a list of your medications to share with your family, and also in the event, God forbid, you need to go into a medical facility. So you should always have a list of your medications and know the purpose and the reason for taking your medications. Needless to say, but maybe so, follow the medication's instructions. Do not share your medications, and at the same time, dispose of medications that have expired in a proper way. Observe for changes when you're starting a new medication. And also share with your family that you started a new medication. I have a neighbor just today, her mother was started on Coumadin, and she was aware of the effects that that Coumadin had on her father. And so now she went to the hospital today because her mother is not, baseline has changed, put it that way. So therefore, let people know when you have started taking new medications, because things may happen. Of course, you know, there's side effects, and you need to be mindful of that. Monitor your medication supplies. It's a good thing to have a pill box, and you can do it for the week. I used to do that for my mom, who's no longer with us, but this helps them to remember to take their medications. It's helpful. And try not to run out or be without. So that's regarding safe medication usage. June is also Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Awareness Month, PTSD. So what's the significance of that? We want to be mindful of the effect that trauma has had on people, not only our veterans, but also other family members, such as first responders. They are at risk of having PTSD. And as a result, it can affect their quality of life by having flashbacks of the incident or the injury. So we want to be mindful and seek help and be sympathetic and compassionate. Reach out to your healthcare provider. I'm not going to go through this whole list, but it talks about different signs to be aware of, different symptoms to be aware of that you experience. So of course, any choking, loss of consciousness, this is for you and family. You, of course, you won't know if you losing loss of consciousness, but choking, excessive bleeding, difficulty breathing, chest pain, dizziness, numbness, confusion, signs of stroke, visual changes. In terms of digestion, the GI system, the stomach system, heartburn that's getting more frequent or worse, lasting longer than 2 weeks, you're vomiting blood, you experience constipation that's new, you having diarrhea with bloody or black stools, or you having difficulty swallowing. In terms of respiratory, you have a cough that's enduring, is lasting longer than 2 to 3 weeks. You experience fatigue and fever. In terms of cognition and being aware and alert, you're forgetting appointments, important dates, your belonging, difficulty concentrating, losing your train of thought, trouble making decisions, making plans, understanding direction, showing poor judgment, behavioral or personality changes. In terms of emotion, if someone is experiencing anxiety, depression, irritability, or mood changes and loss of interest. So you see someone who, or your loved one, took pride in getting dressed, doing their AM care in the morning, and things are subtly changing. You want to be mindful of that. Visual problems, we sort of mentioned eye pain, dryness of the eyes, loss of visual, peripheral vision, double vision, cloudy vision, hazy or blurred vision, floaters in your eyes, sudden loss of vision in either eye, or seeing halos around lights, or sensitivity to light. So these are some symptoms we're talking about you don't want to ignore, and you want to seek out help. Symptoms after surgery may be bleeding, temperature increasing, showing signs of infection, swelling, redness of pain at the site, difficulty breathing, difficulty urinating. You want to seek help for that. So statistics, I'm going to mention this. Dr. Ramadan did as well. Black men live 7 years less than men of other racial groups, and they have a higher death rate than Black women for all leading causes of death. A higher incidence and a higher rate of death from oral cancer, and a much higher risk of developing HIV and AIDS in their lifetime. Although African Americans on the whole account for 13% of the US population, we almost have half the amount of AIDS diagnosis. So there's something definitely wrong with that picture. Other statistics, 44% of Black men are considered overweight and 37.5 are obese. So that's about almost 80% of our men do not have healthy weights. That's not a good picture either. Black men suffer more from oral diseases that are treatable, higher incidence of diabetes and prostate cancer, and it says a higher suicide rate, the third leading cause of death in 15 to 24-year-olds. That's alarming, y'all. So we're talking about our brothers, our fathers, our husbands, and our sons, and our grandsons. But we know that the society, Shaitan, has a scheme, and Allah is the best of planners. So we have a job to do in terms of da'wah. Homicidal statistics. Black Americans die from gun violence at nearly 2.4 times, you alluded to this, Dr. Ramadan, the rate of our white Americans. And on average, 12,400 Black men die from gun violence each year, with 15,548 deaths in 2021 alone. That's the highest number on record. In 2022, 1 in every 67 Black men aged 18 to 24 in Philly were killed or injured in gun homicide or shootings. In Rochester, New York, it was 1 in 50. And in Cincinnati, it was 1 in 44. So we have some encouraging trends towards improving health outcomes for African-American males. And the reference to this is at the end. I'm sorry, it's not on this particular paper that I see. Recognizing that chronic illness, regular primary care is critical to prevention. That's what we can do with early diagnosis and effective intervention and management, okay? And Dr. Ramadan alluded to that as well. So as African-American women, we need to encourage our counterparts and fathers to seek health care and follow up. Peer-to-peer interactions nationally and community-based is helpful. The barbershop type talk, that was helpful during COVID to get our reluctant community members, not just Muslims, but African Americans as a whole, to consider getting the COVID injection. Faith-based health and community health alliance that promote activities to increase awareness. We have such a thing going on here in DC with the opioid crisis. Recognize the importance of mental health and resources and interventions that are needed. That's part of that opioid situation. Cultural competency training for healthcare providers and EMS responders. Increase access to care for our veterans, the political state. Advocacy for our young African-American males in regard to nutritional foods, not so much young, but everybody. The environment free of toxins, smoke, mold, asbestos, and polluted air and water. That's everybody's responsibility. So lastly, we end with this ayat. Men are the protectors and the maintainers of women because God, Allah, has given the one more strength than the other, and because they support them from their means. So with that, do we have any questions?
Okay, thank you, Sister Nemat and Dr. Ramadan. So I believe Sister Nemat and Dr. Ramadan, the Muslim Health Consortium is opening up for questions at this time, or did you have any comments, Dr. Ramadan?
I thanks Sister Matt for a very wonderful presentation there. I did want to just add what we had a good discussion on the Lifeline yesterday morning regarding falls, and I just want to bring that out now, aspects of it. Somehow during this past week, we encountered a lot of falls. I fell, President Biden fell, Sister Maddie fell, and there's one other fall in here that I can recall. The falls they can be deadly, they're dangerous. They increase all the way from infancy to elderly. We have to be conscious of falls and the fall awareness and the risk of falls. There are about 300,000 hospitalizations that occur annually from falls, and about 3 million visits in the emergency room from falls. And we have a lot of people dying. That was it. Also, I saw last week on Facebook, we had a Muslim brother in our community. He fell at home and passed. And this stood out in my mind because they gave a cause of death. And we mostly don't see that on Facebook. But he fell at home and passed. And this happens. People fall and I can't get up, especially those living alone at home. Let me just say, it's important as you get older to fall-proof your home. Just like you child-proof your home for the grandkids, you have to fall-proof your home for yourself or your elderly relatives or parents. That means declutter, declutter stairwells, see about handrails and bars near the toilet and the bathtub. You have to be especially careful in the slippery tubs with soap in there that you don't fall. That's what Sister Maddie reported. She fell in the slippery tub. So these falls, and when you hit your head, it can be very serious, especially if you're on blood thinners. Subdural hematomas may develop, bleeding inside the brain that's not obvious on the outside. Also hip fractures when you fall. So many healthy people, when they fall sideways, they break their hip, intertrochanteric fractures or femoral neck fractures occur, and it's so long in healing. And many times elderly people never get back to the usual abilities or ability to live at home alone. So you have to avoid falls. And the one thing we mentioned that be conscious of the falls. When you see a dangerous situation and that you're in the midst of fall, grab your mind and brace for impact. If there's something that you may be falling towards, see if you can roll away from it. If there's a sharp object, if it's a corner of the coffee table or something, see if you can roll and hit the floor. You want the best outcome after you impact. So, if there's any moment that you can be aware of to do something, do that. We learned that from martial arts. We learned break falling. Learn to fall forward, backwards, sideways, and throw yourself and fall. Or expect a fall anytime because you can be thrown. So it's just aware that you can do something even in the midst of fall. but sometimes drop attacks occur where you just, the bottom comes out and you go down and it's just gravity in you. So that happens. So also medic alerts with fall awareness, they are available when you're living at home. Prepare ahead of time for these possible incidents because they can be life-changing. So go ahead and open for questions at this time. Did you have anything, Sister Matt, to add to that?
I want to add that the elderly should not have scattered rugs on the floor.
Right.
And also there should be a bath mat inside of the tub.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Imam Adil, we can take questions.
Okay, yes, sir. All right, for the audience, the Zoom audience, please raise your hand for questions or comments. And on the YouTube, for the YouTube audience, please enter your comments into the chat and we'll read the question for the Health Consortium. We'll start with the order of hands on the YouTube side, on the Zoom side with Sister Mahassan.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Welcome.
Greetings to our president, Warithuddin II. And thank you, Brother Adil, for facilitating a very orderly discussion here. Dr. Ramadan, I am just excited and amazed with the thorough discussions that the consortium is able to present to us. A very, very impactful information source, the Mosque Cares. So we thank you for that and all of those who work with you. Two quick questions. How important do you think it is, and giving the acknowledgement that June is designated as PTSD month, how important do you think it is for families to have or spark conversations when they're collectively caring for a loved one, or for family caregivers to have conversations with the rest of the family to keep everybody up to date? And the second question is, can we ask and request, with the mountains of information that are available, thank definitely Sister Namat for her thoroughness and broad spectrum of information she shared. How important is it for us as a Muslim community to come together with our differentiating practitioners, health practitioners, to consolidate and make the information we get more impactful? There's a lot of what we call admissions now on the government level of false information or misinformation. So now I'll defer those questions to you, and thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your question. I'll take the first question now, and Sister Namat, I'll give you the second question.
Okay.
The PTSD is so important. It's been associated most of the time with veterans and with the soldiers coming back from the front, but it's far beyond that. We heard that the children in Uvalde from the gun shooting, school shootings, many of them are having PTSD, and that's true. Some of the people, the survivors of these mass shootings, are having PTSD. The others that have injuries and killings in their family, they have PTSD. And so it's farther, it's much broader than we assume. And the earlier that we identify that this is what's going on, and that the better it can be treated. And sometimes it's repressed. Sometimes it's repressed, and it shows up in other ways. It shows up in anger. It shows up in poor impulse control. It shows up in depression. It shows up in suicidal ideation. It shows up in other ways. And until it's recognized that it's PTSD that's the operating entity here, then the right diagnosis is not made and not properly treated often. So yes, PTSD is widespread and it really bothers people. And the other thing, it can be moral PTSD. Okay, a lot of times individuals are still suffering from the trauma, from the moral trauma, from actions that we have taken and are still struggling with. Okay, so they're having after effects of that. And many of the soldiers, it's not only the combat trauma, but it's a moral trauma that's present that they have to contend with too. So yes, it's much broader. Sister Matt.
I just wanted to add to that too. That's why once it's acknowledged, counseling and reassurance of the support in family is important.
Absolutely.
We can't, a person can't do it alone. One family can't do it alone. So families have to come together, no matter how many siblings. I don't know if there's parents, but cousins, aunts, it's a to-do for everybody. So the second
Assalamu alaikum.
Sister, the second question you were asking, if you could rephrase it, please. Sister Mahasa.
Yes, ma'am. It had to do with connecting up or facilitating more discussion in the family, interfamily, or people who are related and who have intentions or actually accomplish consolidating.
Khalifa-ship. That's what Imam Wardi
Yep.
Muhammad wants from us. Khalifa-ship.
Brother Lassay, thank you. So that everyone can aspire to share a consciousness level. We are a people of spirit, right? And so our spirit, as Imam Muhammad had taught us, evolves on a very stronger healing level if we use it. I was kind of sensitive when I detected faltering even in your voice. You are our front line educators, and we love you. We love the energy that Allah provides for you to monitor and safeguard our health. But know that we understand it's stressful for you too. So I'm just encouraging that we look into the process of caring to talk to each other. AARP, that's the senior website. They have a program whereby you can solicit a little packet of what we call they're like playing cards. But what they do is they give you an opportunity to categorize your concerns and talk about it. It's really beautiful.
Like Sister Mahasa.
Yes.
We have several hands up. So with the Muslim Health Consortium's permission, if they approve of that, the information that you're talking about, maybe you can talk to them in the chat. If they approve of it, maybe that information you can share it in the chat. But I would get with Dr. Ramadan and Sister Matt to approve that first, or for them to verify that information if it's something that we want to share. If it is something that they approve to be shared, please feel free to share it in the chat.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Adil, and I will do that.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go next to the next question by Brother David, Imam David Ziad.
Yes, assalamu alaikum to everyone. Greetings to the, excuse me, my stand is a little wobbly here. Try to get the scene together. It's like when you're on Zoom, it's like a stage, you got to get the setting right. The first question is a semi question to Dr. Ramadan, did you practice your martial arts falling technique when you slipped last week or whenever that was? That's a joke. The real question that I have is, are you familiar with jackfruit? And in recent discussion with an associate of mine, we had some talk about jackfruit, J-A-C-K fruit. And a Dr. Sebi, who has passed away, he used to use that along with some other vegetables that help cure, they have carcinogenic qualities. So I just wanted to bring that to discussion. Maybe no one is prepared to have any comments on it, but I thought to just raise that up. That's it for me. Thank you. And I'd like to know, did you really use your judo or falling Aikido techniques, Dr. Ramadan?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I'll tell you what happened is I was working on removing tree stumps from a trail that I was building through the property. And when I turned around, I stumbled over a tree stump that was partially buried. And within a moment, I saw myself going down. It was like time had stood still. I said, brace for impact. I'm about to hit the ground. And I saw where it was, looked like it was a better place to land and where I could turn over and land over there and then sort of roll. And yeah, I did use those techniques then. So if you have a moment in there, use it for good. Don't just leave it to gravity. And yes, Dr. Sabri, I'm well aware of him and his teaching, and I've been looking into them. And I'm not that familiar with jackfruit, though. They've been showing up on TikTok and some of the other social media.
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Imam Ramadan. I'm going to ask you a question.
Yes.
Hold on,
Okay, hold on,
turn.
brother. Let's say we have several people ahead of you. If you would like to raise your hand or be acknowledged, we'll acknowledge you after in the proper order of hands. But let them finish with Imam David. Yeah, okay, we see your hand, so we'll acknowledge you in the order.
And Dr. Ramadan, before we part, maybe you'll present some of your research about Dr. Sebi to us, because he was not recognized by the AMA, but all of his practices were homeopathic and nature-based. And I believe that's the direction that more of us to break the hold of Medicare.
Muhammad II is in charge.
To break the hold of insurance and healthcare and these other things that really want to get our money. So, I'm just bringing that to the stage. All right, thank you very much for everything. Assalamu alaikum, you all.
Wa alaikum assalam. We would like a herbalist to make themselves available to the Muslim Health Consortium.
Excellent. Excellent.
All right, we'll go on to the next question, Sister Tahida. Sister Tahida.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to unmute. Yeah, first of all, I agree with Brother David, because some of the side effects of some medications you get is worse than what you're taking the medication for. But my question, well, it was a comment, I'm sorry. When Dr. Ramadan was talking about seniors and falling, in the Quran it said, you tell somebody do something, you don't do it yourself. I had said at another meeting that we have on the first Sunday about wearing those clog shoes. They're real comfortable and they have a lot of cushion, especially if you got bad toes or something else wrong with your feet. But you have to remember, especially seniors like myself, to be careful wearing those, because those clogs, sometimes you can trip. You can easily trip, especially when the surface that you're walking on is not level. Like one part of the concrete or something in the floor is kind of elevated more than, the rest of the floor being together. Just be careful of that. I have trip, many times wearing the clogs. And maybe some shoes that they have, sandals. Just be careful of the size you get. And if you have a problem with your knees, especially, you got to lift your knees up when you walk so you don't trip. So that's just something to look at. That's what I wanted to comment on. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you for your comments. Wa alaikum assalam. Next question.
Okay, next we'll go to Brother Glenn Abdullah. Brother Glenn, you go ahead with your question.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum.
Islam.
Yes, about a week ago, I brought a brother to the hospital. And when the doctor prescribed the medicine, a prescription for him, the first thing come out of his mouth is, do they have any hog in that medicine? And for what I understand about what Allah tells us that, we can't make a meal out of it, but if it's for our help to save us, that we can, if it's a capsule or something that may have some hog in it, that's permissible. And that everything that Allah has created on this earth, including the pig, is for our usage. And I know I've looked up, they say about 1,000 usage in the medical field for the
That's
for
being
the hog,
very intelligent.
for the hog. So in your recommendation, would you tell somebody if it's got hog in it, don't take it?
Dr.
You're asking.
Ramadan, let me answer that question because I got like 25 doctorate degrees. Been studying in the library law for 25 years. See, in the case, it's going to say.
I don't know what happened to him
You
there.
could go ahead, Dr. Ramadan.
Okay. Well, I will tell you what I asked Imam Muhammad that question. Okay, I asked him personally. He and I were there, and because this question comes up with Muslims. I asked him, how far are we to trace something that's supposed to have had a hog or pig origin back to its source? Do we go all the way down to the last molecule, or how far do we go down? And those aren't the exact words, but that was the question. And he told me that if it undergoes a chemical reaction, it is a changed substance, and it is not necessary to abhor it, to reject it on that basis. Now, all right, that's what he gave me in reference to that. So if it has undergone a chemical change, it's a different substance, and it's not eating the flesh of that animal. Okay, so now some people take that. You see different positions in different Islamic dietary books, and where if they will chase it all the way down to the nth degree, and that, in my opinion, is going to the extreme. And my opinion is based on what Imam Muhammad told me. Thank you.
Thank you. I also like this add this also that
I appreciate that insight, Dr. Ramadan, because my father has said similar things to me, but it's so ingrained in my brain where I'm like, if a pig walk past it, I'm trying to run from it. I'm like, I don't want nothing. But my father, he said that, but the way you explained it is even more satisfactory than what I got. I appreciate that.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you.
Thank you.
I also thank you for that.
Brother Glenn,
answer you there.
Brother Glenn, and the rest of the people with questions, if you could keep it to one question. And then if after we go through the questions, if the health consortium has time to answer the second one, and
Thank
they'll
you.
be able to do that. But if it's pertaining to the same question, go ahead, if you don't mind just closing it out, and then we'll go.
I'm gonna close it out.
So I want you to support him.
I mean, I'm finished. You know, you go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Brother Glenn. Okay, next we have Sister Baina Pasha.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Oh, I'm calling from Detroit, Michigan. Assalamu alaikum, Imam Martin, number 2, and Brother Adele. I thank you for moderating this first Sunday program. And thank you so much, Imam Ramadan and the health team for so much informative information that you have given us today. I'm really enjoying the program. But you know, my sister, who's nearing 100 in November the 30th, had a fall in the bathroom. Just commenting on that. And it was after midnight, in the middle of the night. So I heard the fall and I got up to help her. But with her size and my size, I'm only 4'11", very small. And I could not help her, so I called 911. They came and assisted her up off the floor. But, you know, safety is so important. I don't know what she was doing or trying to do at that time of night, but, you know, right now she's able to be up and about and do things for herself. But anyway, and we do have a walk-in tub, which I think is, I would give nothing for it, because it is so important. You know, you go in, you sit down, you walk in, very expensive, but it is very something that you really, seniors really need. Everybody can't afford them, but I am really enjoying that tub. So, you know, as far as slipping and falling in the bathroom, so she does have a caregiver that comes in and give her a bath and assist her with, you know, in and out. And that's really, really helpful. So thank you all so much. May Allah continue to bless you to come on with all this important information that we need to help us maintain our longevity.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum.
That about the walk-in tubs is very good. If you watch some of those older channels, they are advertising those all of the time, and they really make a difference. So you don't have to step over and get in the tub, and the danger of possible slipping. So you know, those are the kind of planning as we get older that are beneficial. And also, just want to say, when we're on that point, assistive devices. Do not hesitate to use a cane or a quad walker if you need it, okay? Don't put it off past the time that you should have been using one. If you find that it really helps you, go ahead and grab it and use it.
Right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your comments.
Alhamdulillah.
All right, Brother Edward Aziz, you had a question. You can go ahead with your question or comment.
Yes, sir. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
Thank you to Imam Wahidin Muhammad II. Assalamu alaikum, and you, my dear brother Adele. Assalamu alaikum, my brother Adele, Dr. Ramadan, and Sister Nemat. Very important, sleep apnea, obstructive sleep apnea. I have that. And research and staying on top of the circumstances with my pulmonary doctor, explain how important is it for people who really snore to go to their pulmonary doctor to find out whether they have it or not. And once they get into that sleep study, they'll find out how many times they stop breathing at night. So please explain that to us so that we can really realize how important it is, because it is on your blood pressure and a lot of other different things. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam. Did you want to say anything, Sister Namat?
No, other than that, sleep apnea is not breathing at night at intervals, and you won't know how the length of time, seconds to minutes, that you have those interruptions. And as a consequence of that, it puts you at risk for stroke and heart attack.
Right.
So basically, they are risk factors that you can expound.
It is exactly like that. It's like somebody quickly choking you for a moment and letting up. Instead of their hands around your neck, it's like your tongue or your soft palate falling back into your throat and gagging you. You are, for that moment, oxygenation is not occurring, and all of a sudden your body responds to that, and you wake up. So this over time contributes to high blood pressure, heart disease, arrhythmias. It's more serious than we had thought many years ago. And, you know, those CPAP machines and now they can insert them where you don't have to use a CPAP are very important. And they cause persons don't realize how often their sleep is interrupted with sleep apnea. And you're not getting good sleep, and the stress is going on, and you may be sleepy during the day and passing out like narcolepsy. You know, you're wondering why I'm sleepy all the time, because you're not getting good rest throughout the night. When they do a sleep study, they'll find out how many times you wake up like that, how many times you stop breathing, how many times your pulse increases, your blood pressure changes. So many things happen. It's not just you going to sleep. If your partner tells you you're snoring or you're gasping at night, get the sleep study. And you know, those CPAP machines make a difference. You can be like night and day for the individual. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
More to that too. Mhm.
All right, I believe that's all the questions and comments, and we have a second question, looks like from Sister Tahita. If you had time, Dr. Ramadan and Sister Nemat.
Yes.
Take that, that'll be the last question, and you can close out with your final remarks after this question, if you don't mind.
All right, thank you.
Sister Tahita, you can go ahead with your question.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum. I just wanted to, it's just a comment, or I guess a question too. When the sister talked about the walk-in tub, and you said, you know, that would be good. And then again, she said, you know, it costs a lot. I'm hoping, praying, inshallah, that we could do a workshop at the convention on getting together and trying to solve some issues with using things that are accessible, to use a bathtub or regular bathtub, you know, something you can put in your ceiling. So I just wanted to say that, because if it's somebody's health, and it is somebody's health, something that they need to do, something they need help with, it shouldn't cost a whole bunch of money. That makes no sense to me. So that's what I'm looking forward to, working in a workshop of trying to make you know, come up with accessibility where people can take baths, go to the bathroom, and go places, come to prayer, things like that, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam. Thank you for that comment. I hadn't thought of anything like that.
Yeah, I'm a little bit familiar with what she's talking about, and you, those of us that know Sister Tahita, she's very intelligent, very thoughtful, and brilliant sister. She may want to even, if she does do a workshop, but plan to do it, because her invention really is not out there on the market. It's an invention she wants to put. And I saw a guy lower a man over 200 pounds with something like a hand drill and some type of pulley system that looked like it didn't take too much motorization or too much, you know, electric power behind it to lift this heavy man and down into a well and pull him back up. But she needs someone that's maybe an engineer or a person that's a designer to help her with that invention, because you know, she could be the next billionaire if they put, because if they put it in all the public places and all you have to do is put a quarter, $1 in the box and you know, put on the harness and help you sit down on the toilet or lift you back up off the toilet. I don't know. But I understand exactly what she's talking about. And she's not just making something up. She has life experience on assisting a person that is in need of that type of assistance on a daily basis. So yeah, if she's welcome to reach out, and I mentioned it, to reach out to maybe inventors that could maybe assist her in something like that. It may exist. That's what I always tell people when they come up with an invention, ask around, search around and see, make sure it's not already have a patent on something like that, you know. And she may be able to improve on the original patent. We don't know, inshallah. Yeah. Yeah, but I welcome that, sister. Inshallah.
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. We have a new community too. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. There is a.
And I'm your friend, Sister Tahida, if you the next billionaire.
If she get that invention out there, nobody steal it from her.
Yeah, so we can have our own community, our new Africa. That's what I'm looking forward to. Yeah.
Right. So,
The company Gilman, Guldmann, had such a list that in the hospital we're talking about.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's probably out there already.
Yeah, you can transfer a patient from the bed to the wheelchair, to the cubby. You can ambulate them. You can help them walk with this harness on. But I have not seen that in the home. They have like a Hoyer.
That's the issue. It's not in the home. It's not in the public. You're right. It's not in the public places. It's not in the home. And in some hospitals and clinics, they don't have it when you got to go to the bathroom. That's not an inpatient thing. When it's an outpatient, you still don't have that. That's what I'm talking about. It's not public. It's not in the home.
So alhamdulillah, sister. Hurry up.
You know, I would like to, I'm sorry for jumping in, but I was a caregiver for my former husband who passed 2 years ago. And under his insurance plan, these are in-home assistive devices that can be and will be covered. Just depends on what your insurance company says. He had a Hoyer lift, and it facilitated that kind of assistance for him for 5 years.
Oh, wow. All right. Well, these are absolutely worth looking into, and you know, and to be planning ahead of time. You know, before the fall, just knowing that we're getting older, and especially if we are advancing in age with any illnesses such as Parkinson's or anything that disturbs our gait or our balance, then these things are very important. They are much better than a fall and rehab after. So give the sort of thought to these devices early on, and to those who can check on you. And, you know, and if you're alone, the idea of a medical alert necklace or watch or something. I'm in a consortium. You've fallen down and can't get up. Okay. That and finally, I would say that we indeed would welcome the herbalist, one that is experienced, not just one that you use your own you know, selections, but one who has experience in herbal medicine. Yes, we think that would definitely add, and that's the direction that medicine is going, the integration of these two modalities. So with that, Brother Imam Adil, back to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Ramadan. We had a couple hands left. I know you were making your closing remarks. Would you be able to facilitate possibly answering those questions in the chat? Or how did you want them to voice them out? Say it's your call.
Quick, short questions.
All right, quick, short questions, Brother Jawad and Brother Salim. Starting with you, Brother Jawad.
Assalamu alaikum. Imam WD Muhammad. What I wanted to talk about was that going back to that pork, they use a bottom, it's called let's see, that's monothermate. Hold on just a minute. It's vitamin B12 that they derive from the hog.
Wow. That's a new one. I never heard that.
Yes.
Mhm.
Just a minute here. I'm looking it up here. Thiamine. Yeah, monothiamine. That's what they use to derive from the pork, from the hog. I'm having a little problem with my Wi-Fi system here.
No, it's okay. You've already voiced it. That's fine. And then we'll allow the Muslim Health Consortium, if they want to respond now, they can. But we'll go ahead and take the next question, Dr. Ramadan. And then if you want to reply now, or you just want to handle them both at the same time.
Oh, next question.
All right, let's go with Brother Salim Anan.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
All right, glad to be with y'all. I just was compelled to share this with you because I work in the garden. We raise raised beds, gardening. We grow a lot of things. We got about maybe 30 or 40 different raised beds, and we teach children. And a lot of us are older people that work in the garden. So safety is important there also, because some of the people, they still have gardens. So you have to make sure you put tools that you don't trip on. And there's a lot of safety precautions that you need to focus on in the garden. So, you know, we talked about that just yesterday. And I almost tripped over a shovel because we left it standing in a certain place. So you have to learn to put your equipment back, watch for the trip hazards, watch for sharp edges and all of that when you're working in the garden also. I just want to add that too. And thank you for your presentation. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. All right, we'll allow you to close out now, Dr. Ramadan.
Well, alhamdulillah, we appreciate the interest and the questions, and they bring out so much, and they contribute so much. And I just want to say that there are 100 different products out there, and I certainly don't want to get in the position of judging which product yes, which product no. That's why I was happy to share with you the comments that Imam Wardi Muhammad made to me. And I know that he would say that means you have to use your judgment now after giving the framework. So I would say that too. So, but thank you, Brother Imam there. We thank you for your attention, and may Allah bless us with insight and keep us safe. Amen. Assalamu alaikum.
I'd like to ask a question though, Imam WD. Do you have an idea where the convention will be in September?
Oh, it's most definitely gonna be, see, this is the thing. Brother Lassay, the one that seems to be dealing, we're dealing with problems. He is one of our most consistent donors, and he ain't no $2 donor where you got to spend more on an envelope and a stamp than to send him the thank you letter afterwards. He has always been consistent, but our community is not consistent, and our community doesn't have the sense of urgency to be motivated to spend $150,000 on and to sign a contract. Guess who got to sign those contracts? This guy. And I volunteered most of my life until my wife passed. She brought home about $90,000, and I would never make as much money working for the Mosque Cares what she makes. And that's just one of my financial situations that I have to deal with. So if we can't raise the money, we won't be renting a facility to accommodate. Now you say, okay, well, you don't rent a facility, accommodate, then you're going to have less people interested. Okay, well, let's promote the convention. We don't have masjids and leaderships with the ability, leaders with the ability. You see how many are on at the first Sunday. And I have to commend my imam that I see that's on in Virginia. And we're going to open the mic for him. This is not a courtesy. This is their right to have this to use the mosque as platform to speak to us and to speak to their community. This is all of our community. This is not my community. I inherited a responsibility. I didn't inherit an ownership, but I have a responsibility to this platform that we have. And if we're not raising the money, we're going to keep doing, and we're going to keep this old guy from emptying all his coffers. I don't even have a babysitter, to be honest with you. My children are here with me and they're doing well and they're healthy, but you know, it's a lot more stress on me personally to move. And I've for about 20 years, I've lived with chronic back issues. That's what my doctor puts on my report. But I don't take no pain medicine because it doesn't help. What helps is to not aggravate the pain. And then I don't have to take medicine, because once the pain comes, the medicine don't work anyway. And I'm healing, slowly healing. So this is a situation that a lot of us don't think about. We're not the Nation of Islam. We're not Minister Farrakhan. We're not Imam W.D. Muhammad. And this community doesn't have someone that can raise that kind of money, because if they did, I've been calling on them since my father passed. It's better than 15 years, and they have not assisted. We got some assistance in because certain places in the community we can go and promote, and we do really, really well. But when we go to those cities, we did well in Jersey, but we didn't profit. We lost money. Although we had a decent crowd, and we may not know this, but I get more support than my father did before he passed. We get boycotted. We get boycotted by I can't say what the intent is of the community, but some people they decide that, well, we're going to divide this up, like after Elijah Muhammad passed. But Imam Muhammad was such a strong attraction that he had 4,000 people on Stony Island. I don't think Farrakhan been able to match that yet. He had every month, every fourth Sunday. Yes, on Stony Island, he used to block off the streets on both sides of a major boulevard on the south side of Chicago, so that people could come in here and speak on the fourth Sunday. Plus, he was on a live video feed all over the country. And, you know, he was really, really popular. And I think what happened was, because he was teaching on some of the religious sciences and explaining the Bible and the metaphors, that he was getting too much attention, and to where some of the Christian, African-American Christian clergymen started to complain and were a little bit worried. And if you all remember that Imam Muhammad bagged up on teaching what he really was built for teaching, which was explaining metaphoric language and mysticism and all of these things. And he bagged off of that. He bagged off of it big. He started only teaching it in private to his leadership, and didn't teach it as extensive as he did. He didn't make it a focal point, because we had to move forward and we had to establish ourselves under the leadership of Muhammad the Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And so that's what he did. I think he did an excellent job at it too. But to say we should go out and rent Madison Square Garden, that's just that's just not a reality. Or should we rent a small place and lose the big audience we have? We still have, you know, thousands of people on the YouTube side and thousands of people on the Facebook side, and we have these people, and we're aging, you know, and the young people that we're bad, the economy is bad. I don't want to ask young people barely making minimum wage to go spend hundreds of dollars on hotels and buy tickets for meals and all that, because to go to the convention, you need at least $500. An individual need you do, because you got to get on a plane, you got to go to a hotel. So these people that are, we good at starting rumors, but these people are the people that won't spend the $125 that we ask on a ticket. These people don't spend, they don't donate $10, but they always got something to say. And I'm a businessman. I've never punched a clock in my life, and it's because I'm pretty good at it. I'm practiced at it. So I know how to make sure the bills are paid because I think ahead and I plan. So if our community could know that the convention is once a year, and if you think ahead and plan, instead of arguing with me about the budget or how much a ticket should be, whether it should be 150, 125, 175, or 200, instead, let's think ahead like I have to do every day and save you and think how long, if you save a couple of dollars, will it take you in the next year to raise the amount for one registration? Let's work on that. But if you're not a millionaire, self-made man, businessman, which I don't claim to be, then you shouldn't be telling the Mosqueers how to handle their money. You should be telling us how many tickets you're gonna sell. That's what I want from the committee. I want to know how many tickets did you sell? That's the only way it works. Honorable Elijah Muhammad,
right.
Today he'll tell you. He'll say, yeah, I sit in the FOI. I got my people to sell the tickets. The phone lines are open 24/7. And you all won't even help me pay a phone bill. So that's the truth of the matter. But we want to keep everybody happy and comfortable. And I do believe the people that support us, they're on a budget. I don't count their money, but they love us so much that I don't care what price we ask for, they'll start planning that day to make sure that they have their registration. And those are the people that support the Mons Cares. But the people in the background that's always got some information, some advice, those people, they're not going to buy any, they're not going to spend their money, but they're going to come and interrupt the program. The meetings, so yeah, we said it at the last meeting, I think week before last, we said that this year we're going to have it on Zoom. Next year, we will start planning now for 2024 to have it, but we got to hear from some people that know how to sell tickets. We got to hear from some people that know enough people that will buy tickets. Start signing petitions or something. But I know this community. We on a heavy burden, most of us, and most people are not willing to go to the masjid and sign in and have people sign petitions on how much they're gonna do they want to go, and do they know? Then you have to educate them, say, okay, you can say, yeah, we want to have an indoor person, but who gonna pay for it? Are you willing to spend $300, $400, $500? Then they're gonna tell you, no way, I don't have that money. So that's where I come in. I have to make those decisions for us. Yeah, so we'll see, inshallah.
Thank you.
Alhamdulillah, thank you.
And I will respond to the.
I'm glad you brought that up because I wanted to get that off my, because I hear things coming from the meeting, and I said I put too much burden on Brother Idea. And so I said, but if I was in that meeting, I would have got it all straight immediately. That you need to stop talking to that person that's really disrupting our progress. They're interfering because they're asking us things that they haven't thought through. Alhamdulillah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'm going to respond to the chat and I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Imam Dr. Mikhail Ramadan and Sister Neemat for the Muslim Health Consortium as always. Now we're going to proceed to the next portion of our program, which will be the Quranic Arabic discussion with Imam Elam Muhammad. And we still do have a full program left. We still look forward to hearing from Imam Brother Abdul Rashid Akbar regarding the business and technology presentation, which will then be followed by comments from our Imam W.D. Muhammad II. And then we'll get to our featured guest presenter, which will be Imam Alfred Muhammad, who's anxiously waiting to speak to us today. So at this time, we turn it over to Imam Elam Muhammad with the Quranic Arabic discussion.
Thank you. Imam Adil, would you enable me to share the screen? Thank you. Welcome to the Quranic Arabic discussion. And it's really based on the class that Imam Muhammad taught from 2001 to 2006. And in fact, in 2006, the class was taught at Masjid Taqwa, Imam Ramadan was at, and the class grew to over 100 people. And the Imam, it was taught on Sunday, and the Imam made sure that his lectures was done on Saturday out of town. He made sure that he got back in on Sunday to teach the class. And it's Quranic Arabic, Islamic studies, and comparative religion. And we're at a point that once we get approval of the certificates, complete the design, get the approval of the certificates, we're at the point that we'll award most of the people that's been participating in the class for the past couple of years with a certificate. And hopefully next year will be a certificate of completion. But it's they have advanced tremendously. Those that were struggling, trying to learn the alphabet, then learn the alphabet, then were struggling to learn words. They learned the words. Now they're able to, they're learning the grammar, and they are able to right now to read real good. It's almost like a choir. We're almost very similar in very close in pronunciation of what we're reading, and then we break it down so that we understand what we're reading. So I've mentioned we had come up with a technique. The class, I taught the class during the coronavirus time. Since everybody was stuck at home, I taught class 7 days a week on Zoom. And then from out of that, now we teach it 4 days a week. We come up with a realization, which was there, that Arabic is not that complicated. When you trying to translate English, like an English paragraph or English book into Arabic, that is complicated. But Quranic Arabic is not that complicated. And so, we can take one word, one attribute. That's people who've been following Imam Muhammad since 1975. People don't even know how to write the word Allah, spell it. And there's people who don't know how to write Ar-Rahman, spell it. And they don't know how to write Ar-Rahim, just those. They got transliteration. That's not Arabic. That's Anglicized. And then I'm leading to the point of when you learn the alphabet, next thing you have to learn how to is make words. And then Imam Muhammad says that once you learn the alphabet, immediately teach the grammar. And one of the techniques the Imam had told the student, he said, if you're trying to memorize a verse, and he encouraged his students to memorize 30th of the Holy Quran, the last 30th. He said that repeat it 10 times, then write it out one time and turn it in. Well, along that line, you can read it 10 times, write it 10 times, and then turn it in. And so, you got to learn the meaning of words. So if I say water, that's English, right? You can spell it, W-A-T-E-R. I hope I spelled it right. In German is low, L-E-A-U. That's how you spell it. In Spanish, agua, water, A-Q-U-A, I think it's Q, or A-G-U-A. It's one of those, agua. And then that's water. German, Wasser, W-A-S-S-E. That's how you spell it. Because they have the same type of alphabet, only they pronounce it different. So likewise with Arabic, ma'un means water. And you have to be able to spell it. A meme, aleph, and a hamza with a double dam. That means water. So when when you learn the alphabet, you need to know vocabulary. So what is the best vocabulary? One of the best vocabularies is the attributes of Allah. And people, they can say the attributes of Allah, and they can spell it in English, and they can use a transliteration. But I guarantee you, as they get into it, some of the attributes they are pronouncing wrong because they use the English size transliteration of Arabic. And so we've come up with a technique, which I was leading toward, is that one technique is that we can take one attribute of Allah and teach for about an hour, and you get almost 60 or more percent of college grammar by teaching that one attribute in about an hour without any interruption. So if you teach the 99 attributes one at a time using the same technique over and over again, an hour, that's 100 hours. Some point in time, you should know how to read and write and understand what you're reading, and so yeah. So I would suggest anybody who just on their own. Okay, if you know how to write the alphabet, just say, I'm gonna learn the attributes of Allah. Then just take Allah. And notice Allah, they translate it as the God. And in English, it's not big enough. And you put it in English, you got to spell it G-D. Because O, you turn it around, you put the O in there, and it means dog. So the English translation of the God, it's good, but it's not, because Allah has 99 attributes, descriptive attributes of him. They're nouns, they're also adjectives at the same time. Not only do you have those 99 attributes, but the attributes of Allah is uncountable. Rab is not one of the 99, the guardian evolver. And there's many attributes that's like time. Time is not one of the attributes. And there's a hadith that says God is time. So that's the attribute of Allah. And so in the best way, so I think I got the screen up. So and the introduction I did is very good. Stayed to which I was be able to do what I want to do. But for example, hopefully I'm spelling it right and I can be corrected. Of course, all I have to do is go to my attributes of Allah and take a look at it. But most, they're in my memory. I believe that. Oh, see, I didn't spell it right. And I didn't even look it up. I can see I left out one major thing. Well, I really show you that you can't have props. Right? You got to look at what you're supposed to put in there. So here we are. There we are. And I didn't look it up. I just had to correct myself. So this is the attribute of Allah, Ar-Rahman. And this is a noun. What's beautiful about the attributes of Allah, they're nouns and they can work as adjectives, noun and adjective. And the description of nouns in Arabic is that they are person, place, or thing, just like in English, but more than that. Person, place, and thing, adverbs and adjectives, and pronouns. And so In this case, Rahman is a noun, but it's also somebody put something in there. I don't have no problem if you spoke out. I do make mistake, and I could be correct, but you're wrong. You heard me wrong, Brother Fahim. Allah, you got 99 most popular attributes, as Imam Muhammad says. Allah makes it 100. You can say, Hu Allahu Rahman Rahim, or you can say, Hu Allahu Rahman Rahim Maliki Qudus. But the attributes of Allah is more than just those 100 attributes, descriptive attributes. That's my point. Thank you. I appreciate your comments. So back to where I was, Ar-Rahman. So in learning the attributes of Allah, when you first start learning about the Arabic is made of three things: nouns, verbs, and particles. So you learn the nouns first. And the rule of nouns is that they're definite and indefinite. Here we have Ar-Rahman, that's definite because it has Alif Lam. Al means the. And the last letter has a dominant. And then the nouns are also indefinite. So that means you take off the Alif Lam, and the last letter gets a double dominant. So you don't have the Alif Lam. And you have the double dominant. All right. So that's the definition of nouns. And again, the attributes, you can use them as adjectives. And also, out of the attributes, you can come up with an adverb. And then from the noun, you can break it down to the three-letter root. And the three-letter root is Ra, Ha, Meh. And you look it up in a dictionary, it'll be under Rahimah. And so you look it up in a dictionary. Now that's a verb. Now you have to know how to conjugate the verb, and you have to conjugate that form of the verb. And that, okay, so that means he was merciful. So that's the three-letter root of our Rahman, or Rahimah. And so now that's just to get it going. Now I'm just going to put today's topic, and I'm doing pretty good. We're going to deal with the chapter Yasin. And like I said, we can take one attribute and we can break it down just similar to just the way I broke it down there. That's just, it's not limited to that. We broke it down, the noun may let you know it's definite and indefinite. We broke it down to the three-letter root of the verb. Then we show you how to conjugate the verb. And then there's other things that we can teach in that process. So I do have a chart that I've sent out to the students that's saying, if you follow this chart, it tells you how to take that one attribute and teach what we want to teach within that hour or so. And then next, I sent out a chart that says that to narrow your focus to when you read a verse of the Quran, when you read a verse, what you look for is about 5 things. A sentence that does not have a verb, that means subject and predicate, that completes the thought. but it does not have a physical verb that you can see. The next is a sentence that has a verb, and it does a subject and a predicate, completes the thought. You look for prepositional phrases. And once you can identify prepositional phrases that help you in your reading and understanding, then the Adolpha structure, which really means possession. And most of the chapters of the Quran are in the Adolpha structure. Surah Al-Fatiha, Surah Al-Baqarah, and so forth. The chapter of Al-Fatiha, the chapter of Al-Baqarah, or Al-Baqarah's chapter, Al-Fatiha's chapter. Then you have where it's revealed that either Mecca or Medina, and those are adjectives. Most of the names of the Quran, when you read them, it'll say that it was revealed in Mecca or revealed in Medina. There's no physical verb that you can see. So it's an example of a complete thought without a verb that you can see. And so with that, I don't have to rush with the chapter Yasin, but what we put on the board is what we can get out. So just a second. Yasin. Yasin. Okay, it opens up with verse 1. This yet. That's what you see for verse 1. Yes, Yasin. And these are the letters of the alphabet. You have the yeah, and they don't have the vowel on it necessarily, but it does tell you whether or not it's going to be one of the letters is going to be longer, pronounced longer than the other one. The first letter is a yeah. And that's what you say, yeah. The next letter is the letter C. But it has a medda. That sign tells you to make it a longer sound. So it's yeah, seen. Okay. So it's this chapter starts out with the mystic letters, and Imam Muhammad he didn't go into a lot of the mystic letters. It's pretty much be accepted the way they are. You got schools of thought that they'll teach you all about the mystic letters and so forth. But so Yasin, okay, that's the first verse. So that's all it is. It's just mystic letters. The next verse, which is number 2, and 2 is like that. Okay, number 2. And I apologize to the brother who put his comments in the chat. So maybe I might have said something wrong. Like I said, I can be corrected, and it's good to be reminded. But what I gave you in regards to the attributes of Allah, that's the tafsir of Imam Muhammad. I'm looking right at it and I'm writing it wrong. And things are working the way I want to work. Okay. And there it is. Slow down, Elam. Okay. And this is what you see. You got 3 words here. First one is where. most of the time it means and it does not affect the nouns that follow it. And it, when you write it, the noun follows it, you put it close to the noun. So it looks almost like it's part of that particular word. But not only does wad means and, but it also can be used as a preposition. So you have to, when you read the Quran, you have to see, as you look at the words, whether or not it means and, or if it's a preposition. If it's a preposition, prepositions affect the noun ending. So in this case, it is a preposition. The preposition, when it's before a noun, and the noun is the object of the preposition, the last letter, if it's definite, gets kasra. If I had Quran nun, and I put wa before it, it would be Quran nin, a double kasra. So it means, by, as translated, by the Quran. So we have the word Quran, and we have the tajweed. You have a wasla, which means, so the aleph means go straight to the al, you will pronounce it as well. Then you have Qur'ani, and that's the noun, al-Qur'an, al-Qur'anu. If it wasn't affected by the preposition, will be al-Qur'anu, indefinite, Qur'anun. So it says by the Quran. And next you have al-Hakimi. This is an attribute of Allah. Well, this attribute is used as an adjective. And the rule of adjectives is that they follow the noun, and they're a mirror image of the noun, in that if the first letter has an aleph lam, then that adjective has to have an aleph lam. If the last letter has a kasra, then the last letter has to have a kasra. So the al-Hakim, which is an attribute of Allah, it can be used as a noun. In this case, it's used as an adjective. And it is translated, al-Hakim means the wise. So by the wise Quran, we see that al-Quran has an aleph lam. Al-Hakim has an aleph lam. We see Quran has a kasra, and the meme of Hakim has a kasra. Why? Because of the preposition wa. This is a prepositional phrase that the object of the preposition is a noun that's modified by an adjective. Okay, well, Qur'ani. So this, so as you read and you understand and so forth, the reason I'm giving you this rule is not at a certain point in time, after you've done it over a period of time, you don't have to say, preposition, definite noun, definite adjective. It's just like in English. You don't say prepositional phrase. I went into the house. I just did a prepositional phrase. You just say I went into the house. But if you think on it, it's a sentence, subject, verb, prepositional phrase. But all we're doing is narrowing our focus. So again, we're working within those guidelines, and that's all they're guidelines. You can expand it longer. The 5 things we look for. So we looked at a prepositional phrase and the adjective. That's the 2 things that we found. Prepositional phrase, and the prepositional phrase has a noun that has an adjective that modifies it. By the wise Quran. The next verse. Innaka. So this is the next verse, verse 3. And in that verse, my students that's in my class, and I'm sure there's a lot of teachers out there who teaching Arabic, and they have all different people in high positions and lower positions. But I've been blessed that I got 5 PhDs, including my wife who's a student. So she's been taking Arabic as long as I did. So she pretty much knows what I do. 5 PhDs that's in our class, and then we or doctors in our class, and many skilled people. We got after last first Sunday, and I'm starting to pick up more from the first Sunday. Last first Sunday, I got a brother out of Detroit, and wow, he retired from IBM, and he was, I think he said, like on the global market, dealing with IBM. He's joined the class, and he can read Quran very well. And I basically asked him, "Why are you joining my class?" He said, "Well, sharpen up to what he has, and so forth." So he's a welcome addition to our class. Okay. Innaka lamin al mursalin. That's what we're reading here. I hope I spelled it correct. First thing you look at is the first word. And the first word is actually 2 words. The first word is inna. I can put that there, Hamza there. And that means truly. And so it has a, or surely, truly, or indeed. And it has, the noon has a shedda, so that means it's 2 ends. So the first end would get a sukoon, the next one would get the vowel, a sign. Inna means verily and surely. The next, I got about 5 minutes, so we might be just this sentence that we'll do. Ka is a possessive pronoun attached to it. And so you have to learn your the possessive pronoun. The noun like ni or ye, which means my. Ka in this case means you, male. Ki, so if I say in that ki, it means verily you, female. But in this case, it's in the cat, and the cat is you, male, and is referring to the prophet. So you got in that who, put who to it, in that who, verily he, in the ha, verily have, in that means verily we. So that's a particle with a pronoun attached. Okay, then you have the next word, lamina. That's the lamb. Then a meme. Meme with a kashma. A noon with a faha. That's actually 2 words. La, alone, la, not li, but la means indeed also. Indeed. Then the next word is mina, but really it's min. It's a preposition. But why is it mina? The rule of tashweed, of helping the words to flow in reading the Quran. So in this case, in order to flow into our mursaleen, the faha is put over min, which means from, or among. So it's mina. So innaka lamina, barely you, indeed from, something missing. There's not a verb that you can see. So this is a non-verbal sentence. That means there's a verb, but you don't see it. It's called equational sentence or a noun sentence. So you have to put is in it. Verily, you are indeed among. Men means among. Verily, indeed, you are indeed among. Then finally, that mina is a preposition. So it's a prepositional phrase again. And the object of the preposition is al-mursalin. And this is actually a sound plural. It's probably something over some of your heads. But I wanted to break it down. My time is just got about 2 more minutes. Okay. Okay, you have Aleph Lam, Al. And the next letter has a Meme with a Dhamma. The Ra with a Sukoon, so it's Al Moor. Al Moor. And the next is a Sin with a Fatha. Mursal. Lam with a Kasra. Mursali. Yeah is a long vowel, so that it's a long E sound. It's a Kasra, it's on the letter before, and you have a yeah. It becomes Li. Then the last letter is a Noon. Na. El Mursalina. So it says, verily you are indeed among the messengers. So it is a sentence, it's a complete thought. And of this sentence, you have a particle with a attached pronoun. In the cat, verily you, that's talking about the prophet. La is a particle, indeed. Men is a preposition. La minella, indeed among. And mursaleen is a plural noun, and it's called a sound plural. If it was alone, it would be al-mursalun, al-mursaluna. But because it's affected by a preposition, it becomes mursalina. And you can take the word al-mursalun, and if you put a vowel and a noon after it, you can make it plural. It's called a sound plural. And then again, that's so this concludes. I was going to do all the 7 verses, that I wanted to work with. And a good thing to do was a lot of things, you got about, maybe a good 40 or 50 or more of chapters of the Quran. And the first 3 or 4 verses are easy to remember because the words are very familiar. And, maybe you say to yourself, I'm going to learn the 100 attributes of Allah. I'm going to learn 5 this week or 1 this week. Write it out, spell it, and translate it. Write it out, spell it, and translate it, and say it out loud 10 times, and write it out 10 times. And then it'll stick in your mind, and you can see it in your mind, and then you can write it on a blackboard or whiteboard, and you can write what is in your mind. And pretty soon, when you read the Quran, you can see it's right in your mind that how to read it. I'll conclude with this. Imam Muhammad said he wished that we would have blackboards. Now you got whiteboards and green boards and so forth. And he says it's because the way of the human being has been changed by Satan over the period of time. We lost our original nature. He said, and the original nature cannot hold anything. But when you will write on the blackboard, here your original nature, and you have light in your original nature. Black, green, so takes us back to Dean El Pitcher, our original nature. And Adam is the father of our original nature. And then as you go through the other prophets, Ibrahim is the father of our rational thought, able to use your rational mind, use your mind. So we have to have that. And all the other attributes that you find in the other prophets. And the prophets, Prophet Muhammad is a seal of all of them. The essence of all the prophets, the excellence and essence of all the prophets that came before, we find it in Prophet Muhammad. And we thank God for Imam Muhammad for teaching us and to bring us into the knowledge of the self and understanding how to be the best Muslims that we can be. Assalamu alaikum. I'm done, Imam Adil.
Wa alaikum assalam. Excellent. Alhamdulillah. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Sure everyone benefited from the lesson, today's lesson, and we're going to move in now to our next part of the program, inshallah. I believe Brother Abdul Rashid Akbar is on, and he'll be hosting the business and technology portion of this program.
Alhamdulillah, yes, I am on, and let me, all right, let me give all the believers who are here on the first Sunday in the first Sunday audience the greetings of peace. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
All right, with Allah's name, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer. I bear witness only there is no God but the one God, Allah. And I bear witness only that Muhammad is his messenger and the seal of the prophets. So my course, my class or presentation is always going to be around business and technology. And this one certainly is going to deal with technology, but I want to preface my presentation with this important, important information. You know, technology, like anything, can be used for good or bad. You know, we're taught in the Quran that anything Allah has given to man that is of good and of good use, Satan comes in and tries to corrupt it or misuse it. All right. And but we have been taught that we are to embrace the good and reject the bad. But we don't reject everything. You know the old saying, we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. We just reject the bad and keep the good. So with this presentation, my intention here is to inform us, to bring awareness to our community of these issues, because the issue is not just in our community, but it's in a broader community. And that's what I hope you approach this presentation in that light. I have a few takeaways after the tape is ended, the recording is ended. But let's begin. Let me first share my screen, and I'm going to share the sound. And so now let me go to I think we'll be ready to start. So here we go. I think I had it set up where it can start, and we won't have to deal with the advertisements. If it does come up as advertisements, then I'll mute it. But so let's begin now, and let me
could do something about going to jail. And I said, that's what he need to look like that. He don't want to lose no weight. He loves, you can tell he loves to eat. Pandemic, and he promised to keep her grandson out of jail if $9,000 for bail. What other? You can tell he loves to eat. You hear me? Make an envelope. And he don't start when he gets started. Girl, Lord have mercy.
Let me start this. Brother Adele, there has to be somebody else talking. Okay, so I'll start it back.
Everything else.
Yes, sir, Brother Adele. Are they there?
You're muted, brother. Brother Akbar, you're muted.
Yeah. He knows, Brother Anthony.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
You on mute, Akbar.
Brother Akbar will be on in a minute. He's working out some technical issues. And there we are.
Okay, so now let me then, I'm not gonna, let me then go to, it's gonna take me a second to get to it, Ideal. So let me, because I had it on. Um,
Assalamu alaikum. While Brother Akbar is working on his audio and visual issues, what we'll do, we just want to announce that we still have a full program left. We have coming up next our Imam. We'll hear some comments from our Imam, and then we'll have Imam Alfred Muhammad, who we see is ready. He's waiting there. I know he wants to greet our leader and our president, so I'm gonna spotlight him here, so he can greet the president.
Yes, yeah. All praises are due to Allah. You muted, but alhamdulillah, you looking good. Yeah.
Yeah, he's still muted, Brother Alfred. But
you Alhamdulillah.
Let's see, are we muted?
There we go. There you go.
I heard something.
Yeah.
Okay, assalamu alaikum, Brother Imam,
Alaikum assalam.
Birthday Muhammad II, and our marvelous listening and viewing audience and the YouTube, and also in our Zoom and whatever. I greet you with the greetings of assalamu alaikum. And I'm going to turn you back over the hands of our beloved Imam Birthday Muhammad II and his staff. This reminds me of when the first time I heard the Honorable Muhammad, and he brought his son, Imam Birthday Muhammad, then Minister Wallace. And he said, I thoroughly enjoyed Minister Wallace. And he said, and now I would turn you back over in the hands of the laborers. So I like to keep the tradition, but I give you the greens. I will come back with Allah's permission. With our leader's permission, I have an address for you. So stay tuned.
Yes, sir. Yes,
and meanwhile, text your friends and text your other friends and tell them to come and listen to the first Sunday. We have to be very busy recruiting people toward what we're doing. What we're doing is the most important mission on the face of the planet Earth. Make no doubt about it. Thank you, brother, man.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You're looking good today, brother.
Thank you, sir.
Excellent.
Thank you. I like that language you use. No doubt about it. Alhamdulillah. At this time, we see our, as Imam Muhammad mentioned, that he would like to give this opportunity for our imams that are supporting us from the different masjids around the country. So we see our good brother Imam Michael out of Richmond, Virginia. So this would be a great opportunity, Imam Michael, if you wanted to make a few comments and let us know if anything going on in your communities, or if you wanted to speak with the Imam, this would be the opportunity for you to do so if you choose to.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
The greatest Adele. Adele, Imam Muhammad II. I just came from last week from the Mid-Atlantic Shore. And sometimes I'll be surprised. I don't understand.
Yeah,
when I heard, I was surprised.
We understand. It's a long, tough road we on. I understand. Alhamdulillah.
You know when Imam Muhammad returned to Allah, it wasn't now. It came to our masjid. You know what he told us in this early morning fajr?
Alhamdulillah.
He said Imam Muhammad returned to Allah. And he said, what we gonna do? We're listening. He said he hadn't completed his work. What we gonna do? And I looked at us, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
And you know, Imam Muhammad died, that's why he taught us grade.
Right.
And so when he finished, and I was the treasurer then, when he finished, I said, Imam Muhammad finished his work.
That's right. That's right.
And then I ain't leave you. I said, you want to know how I know? Because Allah called him back home. He finished his work. I said, but it's our responsibility to carry it on.
Carry on. Yes, sir.
And so I started listening to Basquiat more closely.
Alhamdulillah.
Ever since, and I saw it.
Alhamdulillah.
Just carrying on the work. So in my mind, that's what every leader who say they follow him was doing.
Allahu Akbar.
And the more I look and I see, I don't know what's wrong with them.
Yeah, sometimes in times of difficult times like that, you'll find some of the most intelligent people, or at least the people that you think that's most intelligent, seem like they confused or saying things that you would never expect to hear them say, because they're listening to people without knowledge and acting on it. That's why the prophet reminded us. He said, well, why should we speak and argue about things that we have no solid knowledge base of? The believer's supposed to leave it alone and accept what Allah's will, what Allah has given us. And because Allah only gives us good. And Imam Muhammad left us with so much that, we'd have to live several lifetimes to pursue the things that he told us that were in store for us in the future. He even referred to himself as visionary. So a visionary don't never die, because his vision means that what he project in the future. So yeah, but you hear people that sometimes you hear intelligent people, but I love the fact that you represent leadership, and you don't see a whole lot of messages up here, but I see you here. So I was just telling Ideal and a couple other people, I said this platform that we have as the ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad, this platform was established by Imam Muhammad, but we're a community, we're a broad community with leadership, and this platform belongs to you just as much as it belongs to me, and your use of it is how much use you want of it, you know. So that's why I reminded the brother, I said, we see Imam here, I said we should give him an opportunity to maybe, you know, let us know how the believers are doing there, and if you need the support of the Mosque Cares community, what do you want us to know about you and what you're doing there? You gave us an update last time. Those of you all that haven't that weren't at the last meeting, that this is very impressive, the Dawa work and the accomplishments you all have made, and your future projections for building the homes and the single family homes and the units that you all have and the projects that you're working on. It's impressive. So I don't understand why more people don't come here and take advantage of this platform. You know, this is a platform to not only let people know the Dawa work that you're doing, but you could also invite those that want to join you in your good works, you know. So alhamdulillah. And people see you here, so they know you good people. You with good company. Alhamdulillah. And we're with you just as much. Alhamdulillah. Yeah, I think Abdul Rashid.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna try it again now with this technology. Okay.
Thank you.
We'll try it again. So let me know if everything is coming through all right.
More Americans than ever rely on alarm systems, gates, or
Can you hear all right?
Yes, sir.
you are now more likely to effect online than a physical break-in at home. A new report from the FBI reveals that Americans lost more than $10 billion last year to online scams and digital fraud. People in their 30s, who are among the most connected online, filed the most complaints. But we were surprised to learn that the group that loses the most money to scammers is seniors. Tonight, we will show you how cyber economists are using artificial intelligence, widely available apps, and social engineering to target our parents and grandparents.
The story will continue.
Okay, so I'm gonna mute this to get past it.
And get out of there could be some income. Projections speak of a once daily bill, those who didn't respond to past treatments.
And what Brother Akbar is doing for the business and technology presentation is regarding scams and how scams, they often scam, oftentimes senior citizens. And
So that alarm bells have to go off in their head and they want me to do something to them. I'm going to take a beat and I'm going to check that this person is who they say they are. I call it being politely parent. Politely parent. Novak has worked as a consultant for Aura, a Boston-based technology company that created software to protect the identity, passwords, finances, and personal data for entire families in one app.
So here you can see a full footprint of everything that's happening inside the family.
Kelly Ravichandran is the CEO of Aura. He says their software can reroute scam calls away from grandparents.
If the parent is getting a call and we are identifying using AI that the call is a potential scam call, then they can route that call to me.
Does this stop the call from getting in?
It does.
So it just blocks the call.
When the call comes in, it will have, in a sense, let me know who you are, what's your intent. If it's an unknown person, if it's a known person that's in your contacts, it
says AI is also used to monitor finances and alert users of problems in real time.
if I see a charge from the loan for technology months, it's okay. If there's some things off kilter. So we try to figure out what AI contextually what's different. But if something is off, you can look at that and say, okay, well, something's off here. I need to go take care of this.
San Diego Deputy District Attorney Scott Corrello says more help is needed from law enforcement and the banking and retail industries to protect seniors. The FBI reports over the past 2 years, the losses from digital theft have doubled.
The trends and the data, and we have the senior population is growing exponentially every year. We have this dynamic of underreporting, and then we have the technology coming. People are convinced that AI is playing a part in maybe pretending it's the grandchild's voice just next on the conveyor belt. And we all need to do a better job.
Hear what it sounds like to be targeted by a grandparent scam.
Okay, I want to stop that there and apologize for all the technical difficulties. I'll know how to handle this in the future going forward. But the information is extremely important. It's extremely important and it's very valuable. If you want to get this report, this is what I probably should do and just refer you to where the original report came from. It's 60 Minutes. It was the 60 Minutes report, and you can just go to their website and you can listen to the whole broadcast, rebroadcast of it. This is the key thing, the key takeaways, brothers and sisters. There's software out there, and they call it AI, which means artificial intelligence. Again, it can be used to perpetrate scams, and as you can see, there's one company that's using it to block calls that may go to unsuspecting grandparents or older people to help making sure that they don't get scammed. So this is a good example of showing how AI can be used in both ways. All right. I would encourage all of us, though. I have grandchildren, 2 grandsons, a granddaughter. I would encourage all of us, if we get any kind of call like this for any of our loved ones, and the very first thing you want to do is to not engage with the call, because what they're trying to get you to do is move at a pace that is not natural, like it's an emergency. So you don't engage with it. You say, okay, you know what? I'm going to call you back, and just hang the phone up. Don't engage with it. All right. Then call your loved one and ask, have they tried to contact you? Are they they're having any kind of problems? You don't even have to tell them what you got to call. Just, are you having any kind of problems, any kind of issues? And they say no, then you know that's a scam. That's number one. Number two, if you get a text message, an email, or phone. Well, if you get a phone, just hang. If you don't know where it's coming from, just hang the call up. Text message, you don't click on any texts that you're not familiar with. Emails, you don't open up any emails and click on a link that you're not familiar with. All right. So, because these are ways that hackers use to get access to your computers or to your phone. All right. And if you're on social media like I am, and if you run a business and you're on social media, and you're speaking, sometimes I upload videos. They can try to figure out how they can clone your voice. So someone may clone my voice and call my wife, just to act like it's me, but we already know what to do if we get a phone call like that, because I'm not going to call her and ask her for some money in emergency. That's not the way we operate, all right? But you have to be aware. There has to be that sixth sense that just comes on that tells you this doesn't sound right. Something doesn't sound right. But as you can tell by this report, many people are getting taken, and they're getting taken for thousands and thousands of dollars, all right? thousands of, so there's no such thing as that it doesn't work. It does work. All right. And it is working. We just pray Allah that none of us are scammed by it or taking advantage of it. And that's really why I want to share this with the community. Technology can be used for good purposes, but also can be used for bad purposes. But brothers and sisters, don't turn off from technology. Let me tell you this as my last comment on this. I'm in business now, and the business I'm in now is based on technology. I could not do rideshare if I didn't use an app that Uber and Lyft perfected, okay? I couldn't do that without that app. And so they really are a technology company because they don't own any cars, but they own the technology, all right? Inshallah, I'm gonna launch another business in 2005 using technology, all right? Inshallah, I'm studying it now, all right? So don't turn off from the tech. Don't turn off from those things that are good for us. All right. Again, embrace the good and then reject the bad. So, brothers and sisters, that's my presentation. Sorry for the technical difficulties, and in the future I'll be more aware of how to handle this. So, brother Adil, that's my presentation today.
Okay, yes, sir. Thank you, Brother Akbar. Will you allow for a few questions, or did you want to just proceed?
Oh, that concludes my presentation.
If anyone has any questions, are you open to take any questions, comments, questions?
Brother Adil?
Can you hear me?
Can you all hear me?
We can hear you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we hear you fine.
Can the audience hear us?
Oh, maybe I can.
Yeah, we can hear all of you guys.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
Okay, there you go. We could hear you, but you couldn't hear us.
I couldn't hear you. Sorry.
Right.
Hey, I'm trying to work at this. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Brother.
So we just, or do you have time for a few questions or comments?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. All right. For the sake of time, inshallah, we'll take 3 questions or comments from the Zoom side, and we'll take a couple from the YouTube side if there are any. If you have any questions or comments on the YouTube side, please enter them into the chat, and then we'll ask the question of Brother Akbar. If you have a question on the Zoom, please raise your hand and we'll acknowledge you accordingly. No questions, Brother Akbar.
Hey,
yeah,
good job.
I want to comment too.
Okay.
It is pretty daunting. You know, it can be kind of scary where you're afraid to really click on anything.
Mm-hmm.
And because they'll have information, what they give you, they don't come to you with a scam without knowledge. So they have some knowledge of what your interest is. And I was like, and somebody sent something. Now, ordinarily, I would think, well, maybe this is the company that I ordered something from, telling me the reason why my package was delayed, or maybe it was returned a problem. So you just thinking, maybe I should respond to this. But then what they sent me, I was like, I didn't know, I hadn't ordered nothing. So
right.
I'm like, I don't have no late package.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, man, they would have got me. So that makes it even more frightening that they're using those kind of tactics. So
yes.
Yeah.
Well, you're actually right, brother Imam. I get those text messages and I get those emails all the time.
Really?
All right. I get a text, but I get them all the time. And I said, wait a minute, I didn't order anything.
I
don't have anything, so I don't click on anything.
I don't either.
What I do is, how you say delete, and you say delete this junk, mark this junk and delete. That's what I click. But then I'm using
that's what I do now. Yeah. Well, I've always, I knew not to click, but I'd be so nervous sometimes I didn't even notice that junk thing at the bottom. But I do it.
Yeah.
Now. Like, I can get rid of this.
Yes. So you're right. They use a little something, and then you'll have some that will call and they'll say Shirley or somebody else's name.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who they call. So again, but what they want you to do, they want you to engage them. So I don't even return it. My name is Shirley. I don't know who you was talking about. so I don't click on it and I don't engage them.
Yeah. And and they seem to know you. They now they inform scammers. They always like, hey, hi Wallace, so and so, so and so.
Yeah.
I know not
You're
to
right.
respond
You're
to y'all.
absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct.
We got a couple people with their hands up. So
Yes. Okay. Go. Okay.
Go ahead with iPhone. iPhone, you had a question?
Oh, that might be me.
Yes, that's you.
Okay. Okay, Assalamu alaikum. You may have said this. I just want to know why is this happening so much? It's because we have to use technology more. Because I know I get a lot of that. I get a lot of, and they say press 1 if you don't want this, but I won't even press 1 because I thought maybe pressing 1 might say I did want it, But you mentioned with seniors, but I noticed that I get a lot of emails like that. And I was just wondering, why is this happening so much? Is it just because of the technology? Because I know it's a lot of crooked people out there, and that's a way to, continue on with their crookedness and fraud.
Yeah, well, that's primarily it, Sister Tahira. But remember what you heard in the presentation, and just look at our demographics. What they say now, every year, there are so many million people turning 65 years old. So what they're looking at it, there's a market out there. There continues to be a market. And in fact, the market is not going away. The market is growing, And so if they can get just a few, they don't have to get the many. All they need to get is just a few. But when they get those few, they're making millions and millions of dollars. And a lot of it is coming from overseas. A lot of it's coming from overseas.
Yeah, I've been told from overseas in Africa and different countries, we got $15 million we want to send you, but that's what's on the email.
all you need to send me is $5 grand.
They tell me, they say $15 million and but you have to pay some money when you go to the FedEx and this. And I said, you crazy. So now I
Sister
said,
Tahita, but look at it. What do we all do? We work all our lives paying bills, helping our children out, just so that we can get over 65 and then retire and take us a little bit of our nest egg. To us, it might, to most people, it might not be a lot to us, but to us, it's like we saved up $1 million. Now we're going to take that trip across seas, overseas. We might even buy that fancy car we've been looking at, or, take a vacation and see that they know we got that money, because that's what African-Americans do. They save up their little bit of money, and hopefully one day they pray that they'll be free, put a little something aside in case they pass away to pay their expenses and their debts. And then they got a little bit of change left. But we ain't never had no money.
I
So
know.
a person that ain't never had no money don't know how to keep that money. All they need is a slick talker to come and they got your money. Yeah,
Right. That's right.
That's not just on the internet. That's just period. Never tell nobody. I got a message for all seniors. If you did save your nest egg, don't even tell your mama. Don't tell nobody. Keep that to yourself.
Yeah.
Well, they sure got me. They got me wrong. Sometimes I say, okay, I'll let you talk to the Attorney General's office or the fraud department.
You do more than I do. You do more than I do, Sister Talia. I don't even engage.
I don't get it for a while after that. I say, I put the Attorney General's number. Would you like to speak to them? And then they don't call me back no more.
Well, that's probably
or they don't send me an email no more, because they say you just bought something for.
Like I was about to say, hit junk, where at the bottom it should say.
Right, but that's what I do.
Yeah.
That's what I do.
Yeah, don't even engage them.
Because then I don't hear from them no more either. Ever since I started hitting junk, they stopped calling. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I'm doing that.
Yeah, Brother Anthony, your question?
Assalamu alaikum. I really enjoyed this. There's one other thing that I couldn't hear that real clearly, but did you hear me?
Yeah, there you go. That's another
That's what they want you to say.
Yeah. Yeah.
They talk about that scam that was out there, and Akbar, did you hear me? Yes. And they got a print of your voice.
Yes.
And they still do that pretty prominent. So I just want to add that in there. One more thing that if you don't recognize it, if I can't recognize your number, you leave a message. But if you don't leave a message, I don't answer that phone call.
Well, you're right. You're right. I'm glad you added that, Brother Anthony, because that continues. they continue to do that to get your voice print. And once they get that, they have technology that can come up with some different types of what they call them, text messages, not text, certain kind of
Messages, yeah.
messages.
Yeah.
And before you know it, there's another scam that before you know it, they're trying to contact your bank, and they use it with the what they call this two-factor authentication. What they're trying to get you to do is they first to get your login information, but when they get the login information, they send a text message or something like to your phone. What you want to make certain of, and I have that, I have two-factor authentication on all my accounts, but my phone is in my possession. And I have to put in the code that they contact me. So they try to go around it if they can. So you're right, brother Anthony. They try to use all avenues, and this is going to increase. Such as Ahita and everyone, this is going to increase because the technology is getting more and more sophisticated. But again, you have to go ahead and live your life, okay? So don't just get away from some of the conveniences of just to live your life. You know, don't get away from that. Just be cautious, be aware, and that's a lot to continue to bless you to make the best decisions. Definitely regarding your money.
The prayers, that's a very important prayer. And like my son said, they're always trying to get money out of your pocket. Whether you think you have not enough, but if it's a penny, they're going to try to get it. So that scheme is always out there, and be aware. So if it doesn't seem right, go along with what your feelings, or not just feelings, but you know, it tells you, a lot tells us, got a little doubt there, leave it alone.
Well, someone told me that first thought, that first inclination, that's a lot talking to you. That's it. Now, if you ignore it, now if you ignore it, but that first little indication, Allah is telling you this don't sound right, you know. But then you go on past that, then you put yourself at the mercy of whatever you're going on past. So act on that first inclination.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer in that. So.
I'm trying to find your phone number.
All right, thank you, brother. Thank you, brother Adil. Thank you. I know I've taken a lot of time, so thank you.
We have one more question.
Okay.
But you had a few comments in YouTube from the YouTube side. They said that Google is guilty of stealing money as well at times, taking money from the credit card in small amounts, such as $3.69. And if that happens a multitude of times to a lot of people, that's a lot of money. And that's a lot of times you'll notice they do small amounts. A lot of the scammers, they just do small amounts over a longer period of time. Because that's
so I always check your statement, because I see stuff sometime and I panic. I deal know, because I keep from having a stroke or a heart attack or something. I call Ideal immediately. I said, well, I'm not going to get too upset. Let me ask Ideal what the heck is going on. So it's good to have somebody you can consult with too.
Yes.
They get you.
Okay. Go ahead, brother Adil. Is that it?
Sister Veda is the last one, brother.
Okay, Sister Veda.
I just wanted to add another comment to this, and this pertains to your emails. That a lot of times you'll get those crazy emails and it says that some company, that maybe a company that you do business with, wants to give you a gift certificate or whatever. One of the things that you can do is you can take your cursor and hover over the sender without even clicking it. And you can see by the extension that it did not come from that company, did not come from your bank, did not come from whatever so you can just delete it without even a second thought. But that's something that you can do, just hover over it, over the sender, and see the full extension.
You is really
a lot of times when you see that full extension, it will end in another country's abbreviation, telling you that it came from offshore.
Overseas.
That's another little thing that you can have, in your toolbox.
Yes.
Assalamu alaikum.
Well, thank you, Sister Aveda. And brothers and sisters, We don't want to sound alarmist, but we want to be aware so that you don't get separated from your money, because that's the worst feeling in the world.
Right.
You worked hard for whatever you have, and you don't want somebody just come and take it.
That's a saving grace. Ideal saved me several times by telling me exactly what Sister Aveda just said. Just exactly what she just said, because I'm looking at it, the logo, everything, it looked exactly like something legitimate, you know, PayPal or somebody. But when you look at, like she said, when you put that cursor up there and look at the top and see where it's really coming from, that's what saved me. But everybody, you gotta learn, and it's gonna cause you some stress before you really get comfortable with it.
Yes.
But I'm with you. Don't give up, because I had given up. I'm like, I ain't touching nothing.
No, we gotta
my phone under my bed when I sleep.
No, we gotta keep living. Alhamdulillah. All right. Well, first, thank you, brothers and sisters, for allowing me to present. Brother Imam, thank you for allowing me to present this first Sunday. I look forward to being back here again next first Sunday, inshallah.
Allah Akbar. Always enjoy your program. It's crucial and very valuable. And in this living in this day and time of, the future, Star Trek and Starbucks, all of that, they might have to update all that stuff. I used to say this technology has moved so fast. It seemed like it was just yesterday. The technology didn't exist. I got adult children. When I was raising them, I used to tell my wife, who's that on the phone? I said, I don't do emergencies. I'm out of town. She's saying, somebody calling, they want you to do it, need one. I'm like, no, you take care of them babies. I said, did they call the fire department, the police, the 911? I said, I ain't none of them. So if it can't wait till tomorrow or wait till I get back in town, I'm sorry, I'll make a prayer for them, but I can't help you. So that's what we have to remember. That's very valuable. If somebody's rushing you, hang up the phone. They'll forgive you if it was a friend.
Alhamdulillah.
Hang the phone, find out what's going on, call back.
Brother Adil, do you want me to make just a few comments about the convention now, or would you like me to do it later?
Yes, sir. You can make
excellent time.
Turn it over.
Alhamdulillah. For brothers and sisters, I'm glad to be able to have this worldwide audience to talk about our upcoming convention, 2023. Okay, so the dates of the convention for 2023 is September 1st through the 3rd. And we pray Allah that everyone in the sound of my voice will support us and register for the convention. The registration fee for this convention, the early registration fee is $150, and then the regular registration fee will be $200. And I've just been informed by my brother Adil Muhammad that you'll be able to register starting tomorrow. Registration will be open. You can go to the site muslimconvention.net. Am I correct, brother Adil? Most likely that's what it is.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what I thought. And you'll be able to go and register. The vending fee is going to go up a little bit. So the early registration for vending will be $75, if I'm not mistaken. Because last year,
$75. It's up $25.
That's right, up $25.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. And then regular vending will be $100, if I'm not mistaken. Am I correct?
No.
Early vending is $50.
Yeah, it's $50, and then it go. Then after about a month and a half, July, because we starting from today, it'll go up $25, which will make it $75.
Okay,
thank you. And the thing, what you're paying for really is an opportunity to put yourself on a platform that's worldwide, that's not normally a platform. And if you hustle like I hustled, you're going to make some money. You're going to profit way over that $75, but you have to come ready, come prepared. So
alhamdulillah.
It's 3 days of selling your merchandise. So you should bring out all your stock. One time I made $50,000 in one day. And the way I did it, I brought all the stock that was really outdated because the DVD had just come out. And so I had to get rid of all these VHSs. So I said, you spend $50, I had no clue. I had no clue. I'm not a brilliant marketer, but you all can borrow this from me. I brought all them old VHSs out, and I was surrounded by them. I had a wall of them, and Allah is my witness. When I left, all them boxes was empty because people wanted a free VHS. So I'm sure people were spending $50 that they hadn't intended to spend. Now that's not on me. That's on them. But they got their free VHS. And
That's all right. You're right.
so
They-
when you have an
they're orderly.
opportunity, what a good business person does, you plan to leave with zero merchandise. You want to take all your merchandise there, because here you used to hustling one person on the street or talking to one person at a time, going door to door. But now you got all of these people that you may have taken you a year to knock on each door in one room at the same time. So, please take good photographs of your product, get your sales speech together, and get your strategy for convincing the people why your product is the product that they have to buy.
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah.
And trust Allah, he'll be with you.
Alhamdulillah. Now remember, brothers and sisters, for those who want to van, you have to be registered in order to van. Okay, so you have to pay your registration in order to van. But the early registration fee is there. Don't wait. As soon as registration opens up tomorrow, go ahead and register, and then come back and pay your vending a little later if you don't have it all at the one time. All right, but you got time, and then get prepared, as the president said. All right, so now the theme is believers working together for a better world. That's the theme for our convention. Believers working together for a better world. And inshallah, that's what we're looking forward to be doing. So so I'm encouraging all of within my voice to help support. And then I specifically want to talk to businesses out there. Those who are businesses, we need sponsors. Now, if you're in business like I am, maybe you're not going to be a vendor, but you're in business. There's another way that you can help. You can be a sponsor. All right. And we need sponsors. So all that information it will be at the website, muslimconvention.net. And so we encourage you to go to that website, look at what the information is there, and help and support this initiative, all the initiatives, but particularly this one, which is a highlight initiative, that is the convention. Help support this initiative so we can be successful. Remember now, I like to say this, the Mosque Cares, Ministry of Imam Waziruddin Muhammad, is all of ours. It's not just one individual or a few people. It belongs to all of us. Wow. So if any one of us are successful, we all are successful. All right. And so I just want to, that's the word I want to get across. And one other thing before we leave. During this convention, we'll be giving out awards. The Muslim Male and Female of the Year, the Muslim Young Adult Male and Female of the Year, and the Muslim Youth Male and Female of the Year. And we've got Muslims who are all over the country who've been doing great things in their community, in their community centers, in their Islamic center. There are people out there that deserve to be considered for these awards. So we're encouraging you, brothers and sisters, to nominate individuals that you think can be deserving of these awards. You can send the information directly to, you can send it right to the ministry's the ministry's email, and make the nomination. You can come on the call. We have a committee call every Wednesday, 8:00 p.m. Central Time, 9:00 p.m. Eastern Time, and you can make the nomination. And we want to hear from you. We want to have a list of people that we can consider to be awarded. We want to recognize their great works in our community. So please help us look for those people that we can acknowledge in one of our award categories. So there's a lot more I could say. I want to stop there. Inshallah, I look forward to coming back on the next first Sunday. But please feel free to, for number one, to join us at the committee meetings. And you can go right to muslimconvention.net starting tomorrow. And a lot of information will be there, and you can register. So with that, Brother Adil, if I left out anything, Brother Adil, please mention it for me.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Just excellent job, Brother Akbar. Brother Akbar is the chair for the, this year will be the 34th annual Muslim Convention presented by the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad. And Brother Akbar is doing an excellent job of chairing that committee. We just want to mention, when we do early registration, it's a reason for doing early registration.
Right.
As Sister Nemat mentioned earlier, you know, we know there's an interest to get back in person, have the conventions in person. But we have to show the interest here on the live stream platform and start to build up the habits to where we show support. So that kind of allows us to collect data. By when we're doing the early registration, we see what the numbers look like, and it allows us to forecast and prepare for this convention and future conventions. So the early registration is the low price of $150. $150 of value packed into 3 days, this Labor Day weekend, September 1st through the 3rd. Now that's $150. Now you have that price beginning tomorrow. That'll be cut off at July 31st. That price will end, and the regular registration price of $200 will take effect.
Right.
Now, for the math of it, it may not seem like much. You say, well, that's only $50. But look, that's a 25% difference. Think about it in the matters of percentage. That's a quarter off. And in business, 25%. If you saw a sale walking down the street today, you say 25% off a pair of Nikes or a car or whatever like that.
Jump on that.
You'll jump on it.
Yeah.
25% off of the regular price. That's an excellent deal. And we believe that we know that we're offering you something of great value. Great value.
Right. And our workshops are on a level, a high level, and we've had experience we've been doing this for many, many years. Under our leadership, more than 15 years. And under the leadership, we follow the leadership of Imam W. Muhammad, then you can add another 40 years to that. So that's 50 plus years. And then his life experience was a full 40 years. So we're well into 100 years of experience of this type of work. And believe it or not, many of the people that look forward to supporting, we're a community that want to purchase the tickets for the convention. These people are eager. These people live their life to see the success of the community. And a lot of us are aging. And so the ones that are aging that pass away or, age out of being able to travel and everything, we don't have to remind them because they're looking forward to. But what we like to see is a new group, new generation of young people that love themselves enough to feel their community important and to feel their role in government. You see, America is a government of people, of smaller governments. Really, that's what the true idea, we the people, means, is that our nation is governed by the people. And so us being a people and saying that, and being called by some of the people that found this country and helped to build this country, being called a false people. That's what colored means. So if you don't want to see yourself as being a colored Black, then remove that stigma from us by seeking out means and methods to have a workshop at the convention this year and discuss what topics you want to discuss, whatever topics that you want to discuss, whatever topics that are important to you and the demographics that you come from. And we accommodate that. I gave the information for the meetings, and our meetings are open, and we always welcome new input. But we want to be moving forward, and we want to be continuing to make progress. So alhamdulillah, we look forward to it. Thank you very, very much. Brother Adil, if you have something you want to add,
No,
I
just want to add that we're looking forward to hearing from your comments here.
Yeah. I want to thank the committee. Because believe it or not, that topic, building, say it again.
It's believers working together for a better world.
Together. Now, this is what us thinking like a family and thinking like a community can come with. Now, that was not a topic from one person.
That's correct.
The committee presented several topics, but we have a good sister. Y'all heard her today, Sister Tahida.
Yeah.
I felt her wisdom in her topic. Her topic actually included all of the topics, all above. So what we did was we tweaked one of her topics because we felt her spirit was not to give her own idea, but her spirit was to give the idea of the entire committee, the spirit of it. committee, and we came up with that. So this is what you asked for. This is what the community is asking for us to be working together, for the believers working together. And I'm not good at holding thoughts like that, but the title is one that possesses the spirit of the community. And I remember Imam Muhammad said that Allah, and for believers, for Muslims, that Allah says that the spirit of the group is God's spirit, that he's behind that. So whatever the masses, so democracy is something really that come out of our religion. True democracy is that he believes that God's will, and that's why we say one nation under God, that God's will is on the spirit of the whole. I think that's the language Imam Muhammad used. So this is not only your community, and this is a very vital resource to us as a community, but this is also following the spirit that you set for the theme for the convention. So we have an excellent theme, and we want you all to start bringing in your ideas for workshops, because your participation is very important, whether it's business, whether it's education, whether it's religion, whatever it might be. We want your topic, and we want to give you a spot or a booth so that you can present your works to the broader community. And inshallah, we can see growth, not just coming from the mosque, but we want to see us all grow as individuals. And this is the only way to do it, brothers and sisters. I sincerely believe that it's the easiest way. I already said some people like money. I said, y'all, I hope y'all remember what I said. That would have got my attention. That one day, because I came to the group and I came with something that I knew was valuable, and I presented it, and Allah blessed me, and I profited. So this is what we all want to do. Don't be afraid of profiting from your community, because that's the way Allah wants you to do it. He wants you to provide, and the blessing is on the group. It's always on the company, inshallah.
Alhamdulillah.
All right, so.
All right, brother ma'am. Yes. Go right ahead, brother ma'am. Thank you again.
Yeah,
thank you all again.
Alhamdulillah. Now, I'm gonna do y'all a real big favor. I said pretty much what I wanted to say in the spirit that I wanted to say it in, that we should always have our ear to the ground or to the wall, listening to hear what is the spirit of my neighbor, what is the spirit of my brother or my sister. We call our family members and check on them and see how they doing. But what about your brother that you haven't seen for a couple of weeks at the masjid or at the Jummah? What about your sister that you heard was struggling? This is the way, we can't be there for everybody, but we should have it in our heart. But this is the way we take it from our heart and bring some real action and some real work to the table that can actually make a difference and make a change by supporting the Mosque Cares annual Muslim convention and the first Sunday. You can come to the first Sunday, and if it's not something that's supporting the subject matter that we're on, you can put it in the chat and you reach me directly. And you can even write us here at the Mosque Cares and let us know what your concerns are. And don't think any task is too big or even too small. But together we can, I'm a strong believer that we can achieve whatever. I believe it's the will of Allah that if we have hopes for something, we could achieve it. And many people that we've suffered too many disappointments in our lives, that we were just looking at a television show. Well, not just looking, actually, I brought it up because when I heard the faith that I think his name William Hershey, Milton Hershey, the one that invented the milk chocolate. Man, I love milk chocolate, and I love chocolate with milk. This brother was this capitalist American, European American. I said my father must have read about him, because TV, I had never seen it on TV. It may have been on TV, but I missed it. But I said he had the kind of spirit Imam Muhammad had, the go-getter spirit, to build something and not even focus on the goal or the object that you after. This man said, I'm going to make milk chocolate, which didn't exist. But he took all of his money, invested it. I think they said he had $1 million. He took all his money and invested in building a Hershey land where he could have factories, homes. He built a whole schools, everything. He built the whole city before he had the product. The product didn't even exist anywhere but in his heart and his mind. But he knew in his heart and his mind. And I think I could have been him because I love milk and I love chocolate. He said these things have got to go together, but oil and water don't mix so well. So it took him a while to do it, but that didn't stop him from spending that money. And I saw that. I said, I wish that we were better educated as a people to see how this country was built. This country was built on entrepreneurship, just like that. These multimillionaires and these people, and you can do it. I saw, what is it, Morgan Freeman on YouTube little clip. He was saying that, yeah, he don't think that that's the problem, race today. He said, because the door is open, we can do it. And I believe that God knows your sincerity, and he sometimes puts it in our heart, and you know it. When you like have an idea, you can accomplish it. Somebody looked up in the sky and saw a bird and said that, hey, I can fly. And we got planes and rockets and things everywhere. But a person back in the day, before there was ever a plane in the sky, would say, man, yeah, you just don't try to fly around me, because I'm not going to explain to your family what happened to you. and you don't look crazy, you look sane. So I believe that we know in our heart of hearts that we have goals and things that Allah will support us in if we just dream. And it's always the person that's willing to put in the work. If you keep trying, you keep trying, eventually you will reach a goal, or you'll at least be at the head of the line. And that's how anybody wins anything. You got to be determined. And sadly enough, I'm preaching to the wrong crowd. Really, we should be teaching this to the youngsters. You know, when they're scared and they shaky, they preteens and teenagers, you got to let them know what Allah has created, this whole universe and this whole earth and the sky and all the oceans and the seas, for them to exploit for their own benefit, and to dream and to have an imagination. You know, put that cell phone down and the YouTube and the internet, put that stuff down. You're not even learning about what happened in our past. You're just learning about somebody else's fantasy, we need to educate. And if our children are being quarantined, the streets aren't safe, they can't walk down the street. There was a young boy killed in the town right next door to me just last week. I had to hear that bad news. Well, I'm sitting at my son, he's an 8th grader, his graduation. And some kid from the school he left, middle school, grammar school, left for middle school, earlier this year, brought a gun to school. So the children are not even eager like we were to just get out and explore the community, because it's not safe. When I was young, it wasn't safe because of the gangbangers, but you figured if you got beat up or robbed or something, at least you come home with your life, But now they pull out a gun for anything. So our children are being not only being oppressed in that way, but they're also not learning from their environment. They're being, it's like they're in a prison. And so we have to figure out ways to change the situation for our young people, and encourage them to explore and to follow their dreams, and to let them know that if they need our help, call me. If you really, really, like our parents used to say, if you don't need me, don't call me, but if you need me, I'm here. We have to encourage them to be bold and to be brave, and that's what I try to do, and sometimes it takes, like they said, it takes a community. Same thing I beg my children to do every day. The neighbor or you or somebody else might suggest it, and they say, oh, okay. And you say, that's what I've been asking you to do all this time. So sometimes it takes a community to set up things to encourage our children to be more successful, so that we can profit from the babies we raise, and we deserve to profit. Yeah, go ahead, sister. I see a hand. Is your hand up? I think somebody's
Yes.
hand up. Yeah,
yes,
go
it
ahead.
is. It is.
I feel like I'm talking to you because I can see you.
I wanted to revisit the in-person event. I understand that we're going forward with our virtual convention, and that's great. And I think we do need to encourage young people to
without a doubt. But what's happening is
participate more in that event. But one of the things,
what's happening is our community is being divided in such a way, in such a strategic way, where they divide and say, hey, we're going to have a convention here, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, and then we're going to invite the mosque cares so that they can profit. Or they say, well, hey, let the mosque cares put the money up, and we don't have the support of the money because the pattern's been split up 100 times. When Imam Muhammad, every convention of ours was supported bigger than Imam Muhammad's last.
But the point I want to make is that a big portion of the in-person was coming together with brothers and sisters that you seldom saw from around the country. And I'm wondering why we don't consider, instead of the expense of the convention in 2024, why don't we do the in-person Ramadan session that can be done at the Mosque Cares? Everyone sees about their own.
Sister, that's done deal.
Their own arrangements. And the Mosque Cares doesn't have to put up $100,000 at a hotel.
Done deal. Sister, that's excellent. And I believe we did it once.
Because we've done very successful Ramadan sessions at the Mosque Cares. And I think that should maybe be the first step.
And I would really enjoy that. I agree with you 100%. And we're going to do that, inshallah. Yeah, we're going to do that, inshallah. Yeah. And it was another one, Savior's Day. But I think the Ramadan session is better because it won't be quite as cold outside. And we can make room. There's not a whole lot of room, but we have to discuss how much room there'll be. I get it. We can do a hybrid session. We'll think about it. I don't like throwing stuff out there and cause too much confusion, but if you understand what I'm saying, for those that can't,
it requires some thought. It requires some thought.
Yeah, we can.
But the thing is, you don't have to put up $100,000 at a hotel if you use the Mosque Cares building.
Exactly, and we can sell our own. We don't have to pay that high expense for the food. Yeah, because at the end of the day, we'll be producing the food and setting the price, and we'll make it reasonable too. Yeah, that's an excellent idea. I thought you were going to speak about what's on in my mind, my heart is saving the young people. Because I'm still a dad. There's a reason I'm still a dad. I thought I had raised my children, all my children, and then here come 15 years later, I got another baby. So Allah want me to raise babies. So while I'm still a dad and I'm in dad mode, I'm trying to figure out how to get these children together, but we get them together, inshallah. Maybe Allah will bless us to, because that's another thing. They losing interest. They got all these distractions, but if we bring them together, they'll see how beautiful it is to be amongst, because that's what happened. We lose our schools first. Then they don't see each other every day at school. Then we get at annual conventions. Then we lose our annual conventions, and that's not due to us neglect. We still families, and we still want to be together. That's a design. That's a grand scheme or design to keep us where other people feel comfortable with us, not competing for things that they think that we don't need to compete for. But we know better. We know that America is not just good for one individual or a handful of African Americans doing well, but it's meant for us to do well as a family. And I say that not as a rich corporation, not as a business, but we need to be a family. We need to have all aspects of our life, and it's not, and it don't take money to do it. All it has to do is take us desire to be together, and we can have all kind of things that we need as a community governed and supplied by us. And we did it. That's the community I grew up in. I grew up in a community that was doing that, and we were not a threat to anybody. So the thing that I find so strange is, I guess that's the nature of Satan. Satan wants to compete with God, and he see God's hand on this new community, this young community of African descendants of Africa up from slavery, and he wanted to get in there and make trouble for us. But the problem is, how is he able to make trouble for us when we know that his schemes are weak and his power is only to suggest, so long as we don't listen? So you might say, hey, I don't listen to the schemes of Satan. I reject them everywhere you go, and I learn to recognize them, so I reject them. But what about your sister or your brother that you love so much? You let them run their mouth like they the devil themselves, you see? And that's what we need to do. We need to pull each other's coattail when we see weakness, when we see cowardice, when we see corruption. We need to say, "Oh, sister, that's not right. We shouldn't do that." Wait a minute. Let's go help this sister. When they were talking about PTSD, I said a lot of times I hear sisters complain about their relationships. I told a very close friend of mine that I shouldn't even say that. Recently, it wasn't today. Okay, so I put a little something in there so nobody think I'm talking about somebody. But I was saying a lot of these sisters come in with PTSD. And brother, sometimes you just have to sit there and be quiet. You don't have to tell her what. You don't start an argument and say, hey, I'm not me, I haven't done that. But in her mind and her heart, when she hears a disagreement, she thinks it's going to follow with whatever that other man followed it with. Or it's going to end up the way that other man followed it when she can't find you, don't know where you are. So sometimes you have to be the one that's prepared to deal with the stresses that come in. And because, I'm the type of person, I'm vindictive. My wife says stuff, I said, wait till your kids get as big as, because I came into our relationship with a child. So I said, okay, wait till they get her age. And I waited. And I would say, see, they don't have to go to bed. They can eat candy, I'm like, but when you knew at it, you say, it's better to not argue. I could have argued. I could have said, well, this is my child. She's going to do what I say do, whatever. But instead, keep the peace. Keep the peace, because the truth always come out. If it don't come out today, tomorrow, it might come out like it came out for me 5 years later. Where I could say, told you so. And I say, y'all ain't got to go to bed. And you could be vindictive and say, why don't you send them to bed? Why don't you tell them they can't eat sugar, drink sugar, or eat candy, stuff. But although it wasn't as crude as that, it just was a lot stricter. And a lot of times new mothers, so that's not a good example. A lot of times new mothers want to do the best they can. She was reading books, listening to videotapes and everything. And so, but a lot of times us as men, we don't stay in a relationship because we think that person is set in their ways. No, I heard a wise imam tell me, he said, you know how you get a good woman? He said, a good man. So a good man sacrifices. And you sacrifice with a hope for the good that's going to come out of your sacrifice. And so if we patient, you can improve a situation by doing nothing, and that situation improved, because don't nobody want a weak person. If that woman is fighting and worried about something, that means she's strong. She got life in her, she alive. I like a live one. I'm like, because they ain't gonna get me out of my ding. They're not gonna get me out of my good nature. They can try. I know how to block punches and everything. So a lot of times we just have to be patient with situations. And that PTSD, post-traumatic stress. I heard a wise man once say, I can't remember what it is. I asked idea earlier, he forgot. We all dealing with post-traumatic being Black or something, African-American. As an African-American, you walk out the house with stress. You see a police car drive by, you got stress. Is he gonna pull me over? Other folks don't sweat when they see a police car. Other folks don't sweat when you make eye contact with the security guard, knowing you ain't never stole nothing in your life, ain't never misplaced nothing in your life. If somebody drop a $100 bill, you pick it up and put it in their hand. But when you see the security guard, if you feel a little stressed, So yeah, we all dealing with that stress, that PTSD or whatever, post-traumatic stress. Might not be a disorder yet, but it's there. So yeah, I really appreciate the information that we got. I really enjoyed it. And this technology is taking us places, but we have freedom and we have Allah that we can turn to. We have freedom to make our own choices and our own decisions and not to follow things because I don't think it's going to stop. I heard that they have proven technology where they can take DNA from one cell and reproduce another. No, this is what they said. I'm not going to change. They take the DNA from one cell, one human cell, and make a viable sperm and egg from that one DNA. So they can take that viable egg and sperm and put it in and plant it into a woman, and that baby will come out with only my genes. I'll be the mother and the father genetically. And that opens up implications that they said it's successful with mice. And they ain't gonna admit they did it with people, but I think they did it with people already. That's gonna open up all kind of worms, but that's the science and that's the technology we deal with, And it was something else I heard. Oh, that to me was kind of alarming. I heard on this, probably the same news channel I was watching, that they can take your voice. The guy played a clip of himself talking. Then he played a clip behind it of AI, artificial intelligence, and it sounded exactly like him. But he said none of it was him. He said he didn't even give them the words. So you could hear, AKA in the future, you could hear a tape of Imam Muhammad and it wasn't Imam Muhammad. This is why he left me in charge. Now, only person that would know is somebody really, really close to him. And I would go even further. I didn't know his parents well enough to say that's not my son, but probably other than his parents, I may be one of the few people that's followed and studied and obeyed. He was my hero. Anything short of worship, and that the children don't know what worship is. So I wasn't doing nothing wrong but children worship their daddies. My son worshiped me. He worshiped the ground I walk on, but I try to teach him to worship God, So to worship Allah and to obey his messenger above me. I tell my children, they can tell you that anytime. I tell them that all the time. But the key is that the thing is that this technology, they said they're worried about copyrights because they can make a song that an artist would make just by the knowledge, the information that they have on the type of writing and songs this person makes. So now I can make a hit record and AI, I can retire. I can make one hit record. If I go platinum or gold or whatever and sell 1 million copies, now AI can make me my next 10 albums with the music and everything. I don't know what world we living in, but to me, it's frightening at the same time. But I'm gonna stick with Akbar and say that we should embrace it because it's going somewhere. So, all right, alhamdulillah, I'm gonna turn it over now to Brother Adil, and he's going to introduce our keynote speaker. But these matters and these situations, these that I'm speaking on, are community matters, and I think it's way more important than that, than looking for the next Messiah. So, we should think about that as believers, and especially our leadership. We should think about that. We should stop thinking Imam Muhammad had to teach the higher science, not because he was showing off how he was, but he needed to produce leaders that could do what I'm doing, that's trying to encourage community life and community growth and community development with the knowledge, with the higher science, and with the ability to teach it and present it. But don't come to the community of Imam W.D. Muhammad thinking that you need to rewrite the blueprint that he already established and establish yourself as the God, like the Nation of Islam, you the new God. We don't need no gods. We need brothers and sisters to help save our community and save the life of our families, inshallah. Thank you. Hey, Brother Adil.
Okay, yes, sir. We're gonna turn it right over, Brother Dan. We're gonna turn it right over to our next, which is our featured guest presenter, good brother Imam Alfred Muhammad, who also works in the field of civic engagement. He's a member of the American Coalition for Good Government. He's a councilman in the state of New Jersey, and he's an imam, and he's also a great supporter of the Mosque Cares, the ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad. So without prolonging it any further, we're going to turn it over to Imam Alfred Muhammad.
Assalamu alaikum. With Allah's name, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer, the praise is due to Allah alone. To Imam Wardi Muhammad and to his staff, Brother Adil, and all you good believers that are watching today, and all of those of you who may not be familiar with the mosque, I'm sure invitations have gone out to you, and you're welcome. This is first and foremost for you, for all people, but it's really first and foremost for you. And I'm quoting back to Imam Muhammad, February 1975. He said there is no movement, no messianic movement moving on the earth that's more important than the messianic movement and his movement. That Allah had raised him up. We know only Allah could have done this. Only Allah could have transformed people that believed that God was a man, literally, and then transform those people who were not even a part. This was praying that America fall. And those people were transformed to be defenders of America, and many joined the civil society. And it affected so many people in the world that even the people in the Kremlin, at that time, Mr. Brezhnev, and actually had called even the very Pope, the Pontiff, the Holy Father, as someone tried to correct me from a particular embassy. So I said, no, that's what they call him. I'm calling him what they call him. Respect. Official title, the Bishop of Rome. So you and I are important, are most important part of a very important movement. And I'm honored and privileged beyond worship be with Imam Wardi Muhammad II, a young man that I observed, and I think you all should start studying young people and seeing people to have futures, to lead us. And it so happened that I was in Chicago and had an opportunity, though I'm from New York, to see our beloved leader, Imam Wardi Muhammad, and observe him, I think from the age of 8, and I think 1975. And I heard Imam Muhammad said, you know, how he had told his son it was good to fast, you know, child was out there, but he fasted. So I watched and observed this. I got to observe this young man. And then I observed him in interaction with his father. Then when Imam Muhammad appointed me to the Council of Imam, he told us that he had prepared his son to be leader in case he didn't get the Nation of Islam. Because, you know, and I have to, one day I'm going to write the history. I'm beginning to write some of it now. It was not certain. There were a lot of forces inside the Nation of Islam and outside the Nation of Islam that not want to see Imam Muhammad be the leader, because it was clear that he was a supporter of American values, and his attraction for the principles of the United States Constitution and the good of all people was present even in the 60s. And his words and actions while he was a minister in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, attracted the attention of the rulers and leaders of the Muslim world, the Christian world, and the Jewish world. And to be here today with his son, I don't think a lot of us know the gravity of this, but we should understand the gravity. And before going into the heart of my address, which is not going to be very long, I am honored and privileged again to see Brother William from Richmond, Virginia. That's my home state. One thing I have in common with the state of Richmond, Virginia, they still have my birth certificate there. Born in Lynchburg, Virginia. But it was what happened in Richmond, Virginia, I believe it was 1952, 54, maybe 52, that affected my turning towards the Nation of Islam. The minister of a Holiness Baptist church announced to his congregation he had taken them as far as he could take them. And he basically told the people, I don't know about you, but I'm joining the Nation of Islam and following the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. But we have a brother, and that masjid was a former church. I forget the name of the church. I know it had holiness in it. And they shook up the clergy. And at that time, I was a young preacher, and I just wondered, who are these Muslims that they converted a church? But what you had was believers, sincere, pure people. And we have them among us now. Some haven't gotten as strong and assertive enough to see that what we have is the most important mission on the face of the planet. If I know every Christmas there's a gathering of certain people among us, many innocent people, but they gather at the Christmas season. You know, really, if you really understood Islamic law, you would never have any gathering or celebrate around other people's holidays. But mischievous people will do anything. And we have some mischievous people among us and some infiltrators. But we're fighting them. We're going to continue to fight them. That's why we make the encouragement and thankful for people like you, Brother Imam William. And thank Allah for many of you, such as Imam Yusuf Shah II, who are beginning to invite other people. You young people out here, you should invite your family, yourself, to hear the teaching of Imam Waruddin Muhammad as taught by the Mosqueers, and say to the people, we have a leader. Now, we're not finished. We really have begun to start the mission of spreading something to our people that they need desperately. The biggest thing, I don't care whether you're Robert Smith, I don't care if you're Robert Franklin, I don't care if you're the richest African-American in the world. You need a healthy identity. Psychologically, most of our people are suffering from an unhealthy death. Not most of them, all of them. We're suffering from that. That's why I decided, in addition to studying the academic aspect of Imam Waruddin Muhammad's work, so it can be presented to the academic world, but so it can be presented to people, that we can put it on the table. Because I'm telling you, I come in contact with people who are watching us, who are studying us. They're studying us. And they're looking, because everybody knows America, religion, and the world is in flux. And I just want to caution you all to not allow yourself to be weaponized by people who don't mean you no good, they don't mean America no good, and they really don't mean humanity any good. And they would love for you to follow their cultural trends and to derail your development. Allah has chosen you above all people, not because you're Black, not because you're the original man, not because you're the Asiatic Black man, the maker on the cream of the planet, God of the universe, for none of those mystical reasons. Because your ancestors held on to the unchanging, immutable laws of God and kept their sanity. Well, they weren't able to keep their sanity, but they certainly kept their morals and their righteousness. We have been put in a monster machine, and we have come out a people with saints. The average African American, even the ones who may be mass murderers, if you get him by himself, he knows he's wrong, and he knows that he's tortured. So you have to understand that. We have people making errors, and I love that we have come to understand, and really it was through Imam Waruddin Muhammad, through Imam Waruddin Muhammad II, that now we are taught, may Allah forgive it, have mercy on a person and forgive his shortcomings. We don't go in condemning people to hell or to sin. May Allah forgive him of his sin. Well, we're not going around looking for sin. Since when we've been put on a sin patrol? So we as Muslims and new Muslims in America, new Africans, we have to have great respect for where we came from, but we have to have greater respect for the destiny that Allah is giving us. Which brings me to another issue. This is the 34th year anniversary, 34th convention. Ma'am, I forget the year that he started back the convention. He had to deconstruct what we have gone through so we would get the proper perspective of our humanity, the proper perspective of our ethnicity. I'm not making fun of anybody, but he was not advocating as some of us have gone, not being guided. Those who go astray, side, they had to put a dress on. I'm not making fun of them because I think some of them are just, most of them are just ignorant. Or put Kool-Aid in their beards, thinking that they're practicing the sunnah of the prophet. One lady asked me today, I was in a discussion, and she said, "Are you a Sunni Muslim? Are you a Sunni?" I said, "I'm a Muslim who follows the sunnah." I didn't have time to give her a long lecture on how these concepts came into existence. But praise be to Allah. We are in a great day and great time. You know, I watch Facebook closely and I see people going on $5,000 trips, $5,000 vacation. I remember the time in the Nation of Islam, you didn't get a vacation. In fact, Elijah Muhammad told us you've been on vacation for 400 years, you didn't need a vacation. I remember when Imam Muhammad implemented to us to take a vacation. So now that you and I have had a freedom, you and I have freedom, let's be responsible and support something that holds us together. And that which holds us together is the community of Imam Wardin Muhammad, the Mosqueers. Even the name, the Mosqueers, tells us very explicitly that the mosque is not just a place to go and make movements, rakas, but it is a place that cares about humanity. Obviously, the first humanity is yourself and your family. And then you should be caring about what goes on in the neighborhood. I'm still alarmed and pained and downright angry for what happened with these criminals who took 7341 South Stony Island Avenue from us. It was a model for every need of human being. There was psychological counseling taking place there. There was education. There are people who came there near illiterate, couldn't even go into a GED program because they were not having basic education. Right there at 7341 South Stony Island Avenue, they were able to get adult basic education, then get GEDs, and get college credits, and many of them are gone on to earn degrees. I ran into a brother once, and he told me, he met me at the Masjid Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and I had said something encouraging to him. He said, "Now I'm a physician." I remember the time when we had only like 3 physicians in the Nation of Islam. Now we can't count the number of them. But don't forget where you came from. Don't forget your responsibility. And I hate to say, if I was going to take a $7,000 cruise, I would make sure that, first of all, that I at least put $2,000 away, not to go to Hajj, but that 200 people who were less fortunate than I, 3,000 to 150, that they could watch the Mosqueers convention. Because the convention brings our spirit together. It makes us to know that we are a community, that we are connected together Our people have been praying and working since they've been here to be together. Now, I'm coming into a conclusion. 14 years of service to Imam Warithuddin Muhammad II, under Imam Warithuddin. See, Negroes, colored folk, Black folks, Moors, whatever you call it, have been conditioned to not follow leadership. Really, many of you didn't follow Imam Muhammad that became popular until TV people told you about following. You all picked up Malcolm because the TV told you to pick him up. Popular culture told you to pick him up. But there are many of us who followed the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and were genuine in following him and understood what he said in February the 26th, 1956 at the Tabernacle Baptist Church. My son is to me as David is to Solomon. He would tear the temple down and rebuild it. And Imam Muhammad has rebuilt the community using the proper material. Now, it's throughout the Honorable Muhammad teaching, he said there will come a time, the next one to come on after me may not even use anything of what I had. Imam Muhammad didn't destroy the nation of Islam, he dismantled it. He kept the pieces that were good. And he certainly didn't lead us to be idle. He pointed explicitly for about 10 years in direction that Imam Warithuddin Muhammad II would be the leader. I think it was a father-son affair one time. He was very explicit. Very explicit. But he told us in the council, Imam, I prepared my son to be leader. This is what we need to know. So I'm offering the challenge to any of you people out here that think you're better qualified to lead this community. Step forward. I will pay for a free debate so we can discuss it. See, this is not no time in the precarious state that America's in and the world is in, and people are trying to end America as we know it. But it's very important for us to be united as a body. Imam Warithuddin Muhammad next month will be holding, the second, will be holding New World Patriotism Day, a very vital day. I believe if we had followed Imam Warithuddin Muhammad the first and not played and taught New World Patriotism, I don't believe America would be in the condition it's in. I really don't believe that. And if we had gotten up and proven to first for ourselves that we could be industrial, our spirit shouldn't be broken. We should be determined more than ever. I don't see anything more important than developing this community and developing the support for Imam Warithuddin Muhammad II. We have to have a head. You know, it would be a monstrosity if you went into a doctor's office and you came in without a head. They couldn't treat you, they tell you to go to the morgue. And the same thing with a community, a body. It has to have a head. And that head is the one that convenes, not a head to dictate. It convenes the better people and bring the spirit together. Let us be guided. Let us support the mosque cares. Let us support the leader that Allah has designated. And as I said, on May 31st, 2008, Imam Muhammad said, you will get a leader just like me. I don't know anybody having the temper of Imam Warithuddin Muhammad. The more and more, every time I look at Imam Warithuddin Muhammad II, he looked more and more like his daddy. I don't know whether he knows it or not, but his gestures, his action, his tone is that of Imam Warithuddin Muhammad I. And determined, very organized person, very gracious. Now, a young man that grew up on the south side of Chicago. South side of Chicago is probably one of the roughest cities in these United States, certainly post 7341 Stony Island, can survive that and be intact. I've watched and observed, I'm very observant. And to see the people that grew up with him, some of which many of you would be scared of, and I'm not so sure if I didn't have deep faith, I would be scared of them too. And they come up and they said, Brother Wallace, it's good to see you. And you can see in our eyes and in our spirit, these men have gone through the human grinding mill. And you should be urging them. I just thought about something. I wouldn't mind seeing us having the convention right at the mosque here. We started, I remember when I first heard Imam Muhammad, he was minister of Muhammad. We were at 5335 South Greenway. I don't think the place seated 200 people. Brother David Zahir, he remember his mother taught there. And we bust out, but guess who was a contributing factor? The contributing factor to the attendance going up. It was Imam Warith Muhammad first. And he brought the attendance up. I think I talked to people in the media. Obviously, Caucasians got enough sense to recognize Imam Warith Muhammad 1 and 2. But I'm beginning to hear from others who just, news media people, they may watch and observe you for years. So you all don't wait till white folks say Imam Warith Muhammad's leader. Don't you wait till you get on Good Morning America, and then now you embrace him. Oh yeah, I saw him. I knew he was the leader then. Be forward thinking. Be like Carter G. Woodson. Be like the visionaries that we had. Be like Dr. Benjamin Mays that made his way to Chicago to meet Imam Warith Muhammad. And by the way, by the end of this next month, I'm not reading any books. I will be listening, but I will be in, I guess you would say almost in a monastery till I finish this paper I'm writing for my master's degree from the University of Chicago, which would be from Dr. Benjamin Elijah Mays to Imam Warith Muhammad. A history of these men and how they have affected the society. I believe that we as a people started, and as a religious thinkers, not as entertainers, because a lot of our preachers are just entertainers of all variety. As one writer told me, he said, some of y'all, while you got a pork chop in your mouth or bean pie in your hand, y'all are ingratiating, and that's also entertaining. But had to bring a little humor in there. But Imam Warith Muhammad came in teaching us, and I'm not going to hit this subject too hard, how pagan our origins had slipped into the Western church. Now, I do know that people did get disturbed about that. But you know who wrote about that? In 1925, at the University of Chicago, Dr. Benjamin Elijah Mays. That's how far he was thinking. And Imam Muhammad, my first real conversation with him, was we were talking about Dr. Mays. And he was pleasantly surprised that I liked Dr. Mays. Now, you great leaders and want to be great leaders, if you don't know the history of how we have evolved, I know some of you just got to give somebody else credit. And there are others out here that want to give somebody credit because they think they look like that particular person, so they can come into that line, and they have the audacity to put themselves in that line. They may be in a jail-off line, but they certainly in the line of Dr. Mays, Dr. Thurman, Dr. King, and Imam Warith Muhammad. They couldn't even stand in the line to clean our tables. They were not worth. These people want to step up and be the leaders, and these ladies want to step up and hold these Christmas parties. That's essentially what they're doing. And I hate to have to say this because, I love these people. They've been my friends, and some of them have come to help me as I recover from prostate cancer. But I just got to tell the truth. Let's stop dividing the community. Let's stop pulling people away. Y'all can come and spend $1,000 and go to a Christmas party I never understood why Muslims would have some type of great program around Christmas time. When the Honorable Elijah Muhammad struggled to get us out of the Christmas spirit. Not the disrespect for Christ, not the disrespect for our Christians, but to put the people in that spirit, to continue that spirit that we at one time, even through the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, we were pulling people out of that spirit, the commercialism, not the reverence and respect for humanity, not the reverence and respect for Christ Jesus. God's mercy and peace be upon him. But the spirit of commercialism, the spirit of partying, the spirit of entertainment, so I can wear my fur coat, then I can go and spend $1,000 that probably I should have bought a house with, or put a down payment on a property. But we have all the people, and by that time they are drained. And they'll say, oh man, I ain't going to that. You're going to Savior's Day? Savior's Day? Because they've been poisoned by that same Ebenezer Scrooge crowd, by that St. Nicholas crowd, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, by that group, while America teeters on the verge of collapse. We as a people need to come and show America. That's why I chose to follow and support Imam Ward-Din Muhammad. And as soon as I got a chance to influence people, I said to myself, I could never call him Wallace. I had to, I asked him. Yeah, before I start calling him anything, I asked him, Brother Imam, would you accept to be called Imam? He said, yes, but not like those guys. And then I went to a meeting with the vice president of the United States, and Al Gore, who probably should have been the president of the United States. Anyway, just read some information about that. He wasn't going to tear the country up because he knew he won the election. And the Supreme Court later on in deliberation found that to be true. But he called him, I'm happy to be in the presence of Imam Wallace D. Muhammad Jr. That's what President Al V. Gore said. And that whole event, I didn't try to steal it for myself. I was attending the conference, and they said, why don't you speak? I said, no, it's not proper for me to speak. I have a leader, Imam Ward-Din Muhammad, the son of him. I said, oh, you know Imam? I said, I know him. I know his father, and he's the one that's rightfully our leader. And they said, okay, how do we contact him? I gave them that information, and the rest is history. But let us be honest. And then, of course, with the USCMO, we know. In fact, I don't know I don't want to make too many comments. I know it got to the point where people going in and out of the White House. And finally, around the second time they went in, President Barack Hussein Obama asked them, where is Imam Muhammad's son at? And the next time they had to go and get him, and the rest is history. This is not some joke. You can get a transcript of the White House transcript, because they got everything that takes place in the White House, we know is recorded. And he told Imam Ward-Din Muhammad, Imam Ward-Din Muhammad said to him, I always thought of myself as a little Wallace from the South Side. He said, I knew your father. Your father and I were very close. You have your role, and he has his role. Let us be honest. Let us be sincere. Let us stop playing. This is a very serious time in history. This is not a time for jokes. This is not a time for game. This is not a time for weakness. This is a time for strong men and women to stand up, first in our soul, in our mind, and in our will. Get behind Imam Ward-Din Muhammad II. Put up your money. If you got $3 a week, send it to the mosque kids. And I know most of you have more than $3 a week because I see how you buy burgers and other things. I'm talking about our race. And I'm talking to 2.5 million of you that are in our association. A lot of you. Talk Imam Wardeen Muhammad up because we need collective leadership, collective support. And we will get respect as a people. And using the Bible, I'm going to close it out with that. It says, Jesus Christ said, if I be lifted up, I will draw all men unto me. We still see Arabic being taught. We still see business being taught that Imam Muhammad emphasized. This is a chance for the leaders to be together. And brother Imam William, I'm just prejudiced towards you because you're from my home state, the capital of my state. I hope and pray that one day y'all invite me down there to speak in what used to be the capital of the Confederacy, the state of Virginia. But we're making progress there, and Al-Islam is going to triumph. And when I say Al-Islam, I'm talking about the Islam that brings people together, Christians, Muslims, and Jews. Thank you. May Allah bless you. May Allah keep you. May Allah guide you. May He strengthen you. Let us continue to support the mosques. Thank you.
All praises due to Allah. Excellent, excellent presentation, Imam. We appreciate you, and we hope that you had the time, and we really value. I gotta say, for one, that you looking really, really good. You looking so young. You looking younger than man. I don't even want to know your age. But you looking so healthy. You glowing. Yeah, you
Brother
glowing.
Imam, I feel good, and I tell you something. My cancer scores are down, and I appreciate the support of believers, and I appreciate the prayers of believers. I can feel our prayers, and that makes me feel that I got a lot more time on earth to teach Al-Islam as it was taught to Imam Wardeen Muhammad, and to thank Allah. That's for all them whippings and all those beatings that my ancestors got.
And I don't want this to go to your head though either. But with them glasses on, them some nice glasses. You look a little bit like my grandpa. I'll be like,
well, you know what? I've been told that
more and more like
it won't go to my head. I just thank Allah so much for him. And you know what? Someone down in Mexico.
I know you do. I'm just teasing the folks that might get
Someone
jealous.
down in Mexico would say that did you know a man by the name of Elijah Muhammad? I said,
you know, folks gonna be jealous now. They're gonna say, you know, Walter said he looked like the messenger.
Yeah, you know, I had one of your uncles to tell me that. You know, you look like my
really? Yeah, you do. You do.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah.
Thank
and
you.
that's a positive thing because we love him, and we know from Imam Muhammad's teaching what the value, what his true value is to us in humanity.
Yes,
you
sir.
know, regardless of what people say in their confusion, you know. So alhamdulillah. Do you think you got time for a couple of questions? We see a couple.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. If you have a question or a comment for Imam Alfred Muhammad, please raise your hand in the Zoom audience, and we'll acknowledge you according to the order of hands. And then the YouTube side, please enter your comments or questions into the chat, and we'll read them aloud for you. We'll start with Imam Elam.
Yes, sir. Assalamu alaikum, Imam.
Wa alaikum assalam, brother, Professor Ustad. You know,
Hey,
I got to call you because I got to talk to you. I need to study one-on-one with Arabic. You know, the Imam, well, I won't tell you what, well, I will tell you what the Imam said. He said, sometimes as a leader, it's not good to be in a class. This is all he told me when I first started studying Arabic. He said, always get somebody to tutor you. So I don't want the people to know how ignorant I am and know how great you are, but you are great. We say all praises due to Allah. Because at one time, all we memorized was those lessons. Who is the original man? So thank you.
You said that we were going to get together in June, but I know you're getting ready to finish up your master's, but whenever you want to. That was a brother that told me I was wrong before he even listened to the conversation in regards to the attributes of Allah. And I don't know why he did that, but
now his hand,
I know why.
His hand, no, his hand is up. He's next, so you can find out why. He'll tell you himself, I'm sure. But I heard the whole situation. both of you all kind of misheard. You misspoke, but he misheard what you said. And I know you, Imam Elam, that I don't fault you one bit. You know, sometimes you say stuff you didn't mean to say, and you didn't even hear yourself say it. You know,
Okay,
you said 100, and it evoked a reaction. It's to me, it's just not. We need to learn to be more forgiving. Let's forgive each other for our we human mistake. It's just human. We say sometimes we like I call my one child by the name of my other child I ain't seen in a year. You know, so
yeah. Well, with Allah, there's 100 attributes, as you well know, and his attributes is unlimited. I just went back over and said,
and that's one-on-one. That's not no high knowledge. Everybody knows that. Yeah. Okay.
But
so
one more thing, Imam Alfred. Again, I hope I said gave you congratulations, and
want to join me?
Right in tune with what we've heard and known by Imam Wafdi Muhammad II. He's our leader, and I chose to follow him. When I first heard him, he did his first, I think his lecture. They recorded it, and he was talking about his father, and he gave the direction and projection of what we would do in the future, and that's what we're doing. So we appreciate them.
Cobo Hall, I was converted. 2009, I was converted. I was word for the 3-4 months. 2009, when Imam Wafdi Muhammad spoke up, I said, "Wow, you know, the Nation of Islam teachers said he would come back as a young man." I said, well, he's here.
Yes, sir. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Brother Fahim Munir, you were next. You had your hand up.
Yes, sir. Assalamu alaikum, everybody.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Walaikum salam.
Yeah, that was me who wrote that message on chat that you can't pinpoint a lot. You can't say you got 99 attributes. The Imam Muhammad said Allah does not have 99 attributes. Those are the most common attributes of Allah, those 99.
That's right.
Yeah, that's
you're
what
100% correct. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Mm-hmm.
But,
yeah, I understood what both of you all were saying, but I think both of you all didn't. Elam had misspoken something, but he knows that Imam Elam, he been a Imam for what 50 something years, you know. So I don't know. He's been Imam for a while, 30 something years. I'm not sure.
I just want to say to Brother Munir, who's also known as Arkansas Red, who's opened up some doors for us in Arkansas, that we could say way down in Arkansas. He's done a great favor. We are on a radio station. The brother say he's a non-Muslim. He's not a Muslim, but he sure give me the greetings. So we on the radio at 2:15. I forget the radio station. I thank you so much, Brother Munir. And I know the people in Chicago are probably mad at you for leaving radio, but you are a phenomenal brother, and I thank Allah so much for you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And that's
I have to second that, Brother Munir. When I was young, my father he didn't give me a lot of gifts or buy me a lot of birthday cards and all that. But when he had one of your tapes, he would listen to him in his car. When he got done with him, he gave them to me. And I enjoy your show. You have a phenomenal show. It's very entertaining. We could tell you your knowledge of the music that you play and the insight that you have and the dawah that you do. It's a really popular show. I used to listen to it when I first got married. I used to listen to your tapes a lot, you know. We thank Allah for you. Appreciate you, brother.
Minister Alfred is on every Wednesday.
Okay.
At 2:15 p.m. on victoryfmradio.com. There's 3 radio stations here in Little Rock, Arkansas.
Okay, y'all hear that? So we're gonna tune in. We all gonna tune in and follow up on that, and you're gonna hear some good music too. It's allowed. Most of the music is you play like a jazz, mostly like not. What do you call that? The type of music you play mostly?
I play that real music, blues.
Blues, yeah. I almost said jazz. Forgive me, brother, but blues. That's the real music.
But
yeah.
I thank you so much.
That's the blues man, Arkansas Red. Y'all remember him?
I thank you, brother Arkansas Red. The people are raising a protest because you're not on radio.
Yes, sir.
We may have to drag you back on radio and hear some of that good blues. Because you know Imam Muhammad loved the blues too.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Okay, I'm gonna let somebody else raise their hand and speak, and I really appreciate everything.
Thank you so much. Love you too.
Appreciate you, brother.
Yes, sir. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum
Okay.
assalam.
Okay, Brother Elo, I'm sorry I said something, Brother Elo.
We're family. We may say say things that we'll hug you and kiss you and offer you a bean pie. Just don't offer me one because I can't eat it.
I miss them bean pies too. I don't eat them either.
Okay, up next we have Sister Zelly calling in on the phone line. Sister Zelly.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam, the great Zelly Omar. By the way of Washington and Philadelphia and Chicago and now Atlanta. Yes.
No, I'm not in Atlanta. I'm in Stone Mountain, Georgia. But I just want to thank you, my brother Alfred, for how you bring into focus the Chicago 73rd and Stony Island and my dear brother Waridin Muhammad II.
Thank you.
And I'm just so grateful. I prayed on it. I was invited to a luncheon today for a student who's graduating, going to medical school, and I said, I have to go because I'm going to have to support this young brother. And with that, I gave him a little prayer book and a little small donation. I'm just saying that to say the reality of when our young people graduate. So I'm saying to say when I got back home, I had enough time to hear our brother Waridin Muhammad II, and then I heard they say something about us having a Ramadan session in Chicago at the mosque here. It was just so many wonderful things I was able to listen to and witness. And yes, brother, please write the book about Benjamin Mays. And of course, you know, we have a plaque in this school here in Atlanta, Georgia. It's, I think it's not Morehouse, it's Clark. It is Morehouse. But anyway, it's just so many things you said, brothers and sisters. I'm so grateful to Allah to be able to be with you. And yes, let's work with our children, our future. They are a part of our community, and we have to let them know how important they are to us.
That's
so
right.
With that, with the help of Allah, I have my youngest daughter. I'm talking to her about speaking on one of the formats and maybe with the culture piece or something, or my scares. But anyway, she said she wants to. And my dear brother, Waridin, I'm just saying that to you because you know her and her husband. And she said she wants to share.
Tell her she's welcome. Yeah, she's welcome. And I miss seeing her and her husband. And alhamdulillah, yeah, we will welcome that. And if anything she needs, she can call me directly, call Adele. And that's the quickest way to get me is to call Adele. And you already know that. You know how to get in touch with me. So if she have any questions about how she want to go about maybe a workshop or explain to me some more in detail, that I'm open to, listen to that. Yeah.
I would appreciate that. I'm thankful because she says she wants to do that. And I want to say, last but not least, I really like the theme that you've given to us for this year's convention. Believers together for a better world. That is so special. That is so Islamic. Alhamdulillah. Thank you so much again. I really enjoyed being with you all on the Mosque's first Sunday. And thank you, Brother Alfred. Keep soldiering.
Thank you.
I can't speak, but I know I can hear your voice, and you have not given up.
Thank you, sister. Give your husband the greeting. Thank you so much.
I will so much. And congratulations for my granddaughter graduated from that school, University of Chicago. She's an optometrist.
Oh, good.
Thank you. The grandbaby. Who's that's
Alan's daughter.
Who?
My granddaughter, Alan's daughter. She's
Alan's daughter. Tell them congratulations to the both of them. Alhamdulillah.
Yes, sir. Alhamdulillah. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. I really enjoyed being with believers. This is the best community. I don't think we understand it. Being a Muslim is the best life. When the trials and tribulations we go through, it's the best life, the life of a Muslim.
Yes,
Thank you so much.
It is the best life, and I'm just honored to have my son, my Sadiq, with me, and my grandson, Aziz, with me. I'm just honored to have them with me. They don't want to come on the camera. They camera shot.
Give them the greetings and tell them
I will give them a greeting.
I haven't seen them since before my wife passed, And I know he's doing well. Alhamdulillah. We got to get together, brother, and talk. We had some really good conversations, and alhamdulillah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
is my
good,
grandson.
good to see you supporting your father.
Absolutely.
All right. Oh, that's his son. All right. How old
That's
is
my
he?
grandson.
What's his name?
Suhala's boy, son.
That's whose son?
Suhala's. Suhala
Suhala.
is my daughter that was born. Suhala was born the year that Imam Muhammad came in office. So that's how I got the name Muhammad, because Imam Muhammad said everybody who had children in 1975, she was born actually during Ramadan.
Allahu Akbar.
9975.
Allahu Akbar. Yeah.
Oh, Akbar.
Handsome young man. Handsome young man.
Yeah.
That's right.
Akbar.
We are family. I want them. Why I want them to come is let us know we are family. We all need to know.
That's right.
Bring our children out. Sometimes you may get bored. I know anybody, young person, probably your mind is on 1,001 things, but this is important.
Yes,
I said, drag your body along and your mind will eventually come.
Yeah, that's right. You gotta have faith. You gotta believe in something. Alhamdulillah. That's right.
I want to quickly believe we're having a 5K walk in our neighborhood. It's called Hidden Hill Subdivision, and if I might not be able to walk that 5K, but I'm going to stand at the bottom of my driveway, and my daughter Medina is coming here. So with that, all the community, we're going to be waving and celebrating, and just we talk about community. It is so special to live in a community that people respect us. So let's continue to respect ourselves as Muslims first of all.
Alhamdulillah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sister.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
And please give my sister the greetings for me.
I will. Thank you so much. She'll be happy to know that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Wa
alaikum assalam.
Okay, we had Brother Alfred. I know you're a busy man. I see you conferring with your son and your grandson. If you have time for, you let me know your time. We do have one more question.
I gladly ask the question. Very gladly, yes.
Okay, Sister Camila.
Assalamu alaikum, believer.
Wa alaikum assalam, dear believer.
I didn't have so much as a question as I did a comment, and I just wanted to give the greetings. Oh, it's my face. I just wanted to give the greetings to Imam Warith II.
Wa alaikum assalam. Alhamdulillah.
I think you muted it when you checked it.
Yeah, you muted it.
I'm so happy to be part of the community and to have the chance to see everyone virtually, in person. However, we can connect. We just connect, and that's what really moves my heart and moves my mind, body, and soul to action. Just that communication, that connecting together. And Imam Alfred, it's always such a pleasure to hear you, to hear the passion, to hear the commitment, to hear the level of love that you have for the community. Imam Warithuddin Muhammad II is always my deep, deep, deep prayer for your continued strength and courage and responsibility that you have shouldered and that you are shouldering. I just love this community. Assalamu alaikum.
And we love you. And you know what?
We love you back, sister.
You are Al Mahalia Jackson. One day I still love those music. I feel like Sister Cloud Muhammad. She said, sing the songs, take the Jesus out. But I love to hear that good gospel music, and you are just just outstanding Ella 50 of Mahalia Jackson all combined. And my radio show, I know some of the Muslims may get angry with me, but I don't care. They don't understand what I understand. We open up with Victory is Mine and close it out with one I heard Don Blas Obama say, one of these days, I will put down that rugged cross and I'll wear a crown. And we close out with our wear a crown. We're reaching our people. Most of whom in that audience, I'm sure they're in Arkansas and elsewhere. You may find my message method a little strange, but I think I know a thing or two about reaching African Americans. We're gonna reach them and wake them up.
Yes, sir.
Turn them on.
Yes.
Let them know that Allah has not abandoned us.
That's
That's
right.
right.
Alhamdulillah.
You know, our people's spirit is down. The billionaires among our people, our political people, our spirit is down. Allah has blessed me when I come in the room with them. I come bringing them greetings from 2 million Muslims. I want to see these 2 million Muslims too, but anyway, we know they are there.
Yes, sir.
I never project to us that we weak, and we aren't.
That's right.
Some of us maybe a little scared, a little shaky, but when the strong get stronger,
that's right.
and Allah just showed me the last year that He's still with me.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
You lift others up with you.
Yes, yes. And you know, when I walked off my steps, I'm going to Mexico, I got a little scared. I said, and a doctor, physician friend of mine came by the house. He said, man, you're gonna make it. And then as I got to the airport, I rode on the plane with 2 nuns of Sister Teresa, Mother Teresa. And when I got off the plane, I met with a Mexican member of Mother Teresa's. He said, we're praying for you. So a Pentecostal lady, Caucasian, evangelical Christian. She said, can I pray for you? I said, can you pray for me? I certainly invite your prayer. So I can't say I'm prayed up, but I felt y'all's presence all the way in Arkansas. I don't know what my special connection to Arkansas, but it seemed all we end up being in Arkansas. So we're going to keep teaching. Of course, y'all know Imam Muhammad did live in Arkansas. So that's a blessed land. Just because a blessed man lived there. And I feel so special about Arkansas. We're going to teach. In fact, I think Brother Munir is arranging for us to speak for 5 days at a missionary Baptist church in Arkansas. I told some of the Caucasians, they are the supporters of the former president. I said, I'd gladly come and speak with you all. We don't have any fear. We should have wisdom. We should be able to talk with anybody, not threaten them. And one of the worst things, pardon me?
Imam Alfred, that's going to be at the Shiloh Missionary Baptist Church where Bishop Reginald Henderson is the overseer.
Well, tell Bishop I'm ready to come. Just tell him to please provide security guards so the sisters provide me with that cornbread, but I can eat all the string beans and tomatoes, and I may be tempted to bring me some of my sea salt, because I know Imam Muhammad used to put sea salt on his watermelons and tomatoes. I like that too, so they say I can use
I got some watermelon now. Yeah, you're right.
Y'all beloved believers, I'm gonna have to go. I love y'all dearly. Are we gonna have the New World Patriotism Day next month?
Yeah, we're working on it right now.
Okay.
We're working on it. We're looking at a couple of places, but we think we got one we're gonna tie down, inshallah.
And I may just surprise y'all and show up. See, I still
that'd be icing on the cake. That'd be wonderful to see.
Thank you, brother. Thank you all. Love y'all. See y'all soon.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Okay. With that being said, we're going to turn it over to you, Brother Emil.
Yes, sir.
For that, I'd just like to mention, before you make your comments, please join us for the next First Sunday, which will be Sunday, July 2nd. Sunday, July 2nd.
Sunday, July 2nd.
And then again, registration for the 34th Annual Muslim Convention will be open tomorrow. You can register at muslimconvention.net, muslimconvention.net. And we'll be sending that out all across of our social media and email platforms.
Yep, and spread the word. Let those know that I'm on social media. You can look forward to updates in our Muslim Journal newspaper, and like we said, receiving the emails. But one thing that Imam Muhammad said, that we're a community of word of mouth. So don't forget the value. Don't forget the value of word of mouth. You received the good news about our annual Muslim Convention 34. So you want to spread the word to your loved ones and your community, your neighbors and your friends. We want them all out because we believe we're going to have a better year this year than the previous year, and Allah is with us, and that the progress of the African American people is dependent on the progress of the ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad as a community. We have too much to share with the world to slow down or even cheapen our efforts. So we need your help, and let us know when the flyers are done. We're gonna be distributing, and you let us know at no expense. We'll send flyers so you can help promote the annual convention. And we all should remember that prayer is the most important thing that should be in the life of us as people of faith. And we should always make a dua and ask Allah to bless the ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad and to bless our efforts and make us successful, inshallah. Okay, Ameen. Well, I enjoyed you all today. I hope everyone's enjoying the beautiful weather. I love it. Whether it rains or shines, it's good. It's good to have a warm weather here in Chicago. And we hope you all are getting out, getting some of those sun rays. That vitamin D is important. And I think for the males that were listening to the program, he said the vitamin D and what else he say? It was something else. I can't think of it right now, but we need that vitamin D, and one we can get from the sun. It might have been vitamin B or something else, but no, it wasn't that. But yeah, we need that sun. That sun is healthy, it's good for us. And those of us that need it, put the sunblock on, but the sun and the fresh air. Oh, that's what I was thinking of. The air that Allah said when he created Adam, he breathed into his nostrils, into his nose. You can find this is in the Bible too. And then he became a man. So if you think about it, we have to be conscious of that every time we take a breath in, this is that our consciousness is that we have it, and that we're able to use it and to walk around as a human being because of the consciousness that God gave us. So we should be conscious of what goes into our nose, the air, and the Satan is always on attack with the smoke, the pollution, all of these bad things that we take for granted. But Allah has blessed us with abundance of fresh air in spring, and we should go out and try to enjoy the beautiful smells of the earth as the earth has thawed, and the new flowers are putting a nice fragrance out. And always try to keep your environment clean and smelling good, because we wouldn't be human without this one sense that Allah gave us, that to me has a priority over many things. So we should always seek to have pleasant smells in our environment by keeping our environment clean and fresh, and acknowledge the fact that other people are around. So you don't want to spray too many artificial fragrances. In spring, we can just smell the air of the trees and the flowers and everything, and clean up behind them pets that make it hard for your neighbor to enjoy the fresh air outside. So there's a lot of mercy in everything that Allah has created, and we should always be seeking to see what the message Allah has for us. That we should study things and study the nature and study the nature of things and study the creation with reverence for God all the time, inshallah. All right, so we're going to close now. I don't know if Imam Ibn is here. He wants to make dua. Okay, yeah, he's still here. So we're going to close out our program today, and we look forward to seeing you all July 2nd, inshallah.
Oh, thank you, Brother Imam.
Thank you.
I'm thankful Imam Halford for the excellent presentation.
Alhamdulillah.
And talking about you, which is so true.
Alhamdulillah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladina an'amta alayhim. Ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Ameen.
Assalamu alaikum.
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 Assalam. Allahu Akbar.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.